तो मैं वो दे रहा हूँ। सॉरी मेरी गलत तरफ से। स्टार्ट हो गया आपका उधर भी? ये कहाँ गई आवाज? मधुर आवाज कहाँ गई?
आईटी के पॉइंट आउट पर सब ओके चल रहा है?
अभी के लिए ठीक चल रहा है जी।
अभी तो ठीक चल रहा है जी।
तरुण जी सर, हमारी तरफ से इंटरनेट ठीक आ रहा है, स्पीड ठीक आ रहा है, आपके पास जो ट्रांसमिशन आ रहा है ठीक आ रहा है ना अभी?
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर।
कोई इशू तो नहीं अभी इंटरनेट में?
नहीं सर, नहीं सर। आप वो कटली लिंक चेक कर लीजिए सर, रेडी है।
हैं जी?
साइनिफिड प्रोग्राम को क्लिक करके चेक कर लीजिए, रेडी है वो।
समझा नहीं क्या?
यूट्यूब रिलीज हो रहा है सर, आप चेक कर लीजिए एक बार।
यूट्यूब लाइव हो गया?
हाँ जी,
मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ
जी।
ये म्यूजिक ऑन करके जा, इसका पता लगे। दूसरा बंदा अपने आप यहाँ नहीं जानेगा वो कराने पड़ेगी ना।
this feed is going ये दो उधर
करना है। कहाँ गए? एक बार आके दिखा दे यार। इधर आप हो गए? नहीं आप हो गए, आप हो गए, आओ फिर। प्रेजेंटर के इस पे फोकस रखो, फेस पे, और उसका दिखाओ कितना ब्राइटनेस आता है, ताकि ब्राइटनेस आपका एडजस्ट हो जाए। हाँ थोड़े से फूल ले लो ना ना, हाँ इतने पे रख लो, या थोड़ा और ले लो उसको, और जूम कर ले। नहीं नहीं, जूम जूम जूम, बस यार, ठीक है। आप नॉर्मली यहीं पे रख सकते हो, आपको और कुछ ज्यादा वो कम करने की जरूरत नहीं है। वो व्यू इधर से आ जाएगा जो कम वाला आना, ठीक है ना। आप नॉर्मली इसी पे रख सकते हो अपना, बस आपको प्रेजेंटर की हाइट के मुताबिक वेरी करना पड़ेगा, या लोग यहाँ खड़े हो जाते हैं करने की बजाय, तो आपको वेरी करना पड़ेगा। अच्छा, फिर उसके बाद डॉक्टर मैम आके बोलेंगे, आपने कुछ नहीं करना। उसके बाद डॉक्टर तो आपको इस कंप्यूटर को दिखाना है, लाओ क्विकली करना है, 1 मिनट रुक जाएंगे। 1 2 3 उनके सब टॉप पे एक एक रखो। नेक्स्ट ये खत्म हो गया, उसके बाद क्या लाओगे, क्वाड पे ले जाओगे। ये आएगा वापस क्वाड पे, फिर उसके बाद एप्रिसिएशन अवार्ड के आप सिर्फ उस पॉइंट पे फिर उसके बाद ये वो वहां लाओगे, ठीक है, ठीक है। फिर उसके बाद हेलो तरुण, तरुण नहीं, उनका कैमरा ही लगा रहे हैं, कैमरा वही लगा। तरुण, आर यू देयर?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हेलो।
Yes, sir. I am here, sir.
अच्छा तरुण, आपका एक चीज आपसे बोलना रह गया, आपके पास वो नेशनल एंथम भी उसी में डला हुआ है प्रेजेंटेशन में, पता ना कब चलाना?
हाँ सर, एकदम लास्ट में।
वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के बाद, लास्ट में नहीं।
वोट ऑफ थैंक्स
पहले 2 घंटे के बाद 11:30 पे।
मैं एक मिनट देखो कौन सी स्लाइड पे है। ठीक है सर, दिख गया मेरे को, मैं एक बार फिर चेक कर लेता हूँ।
फर्स्ट सेशन के लास्ट में, ठीक है ना?
हाँ सर,
वोट ऑफ थैंक्स है, वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के बाद आपका होगा, वो रेडी रखना प्लीज उस तरह।
जी सर।
बारी बारी मतलब रिमाइंड ना इधर से कराना पड़े कि ये भी टीम कर दो, आपको क्यूज ले लेने हैं सुन के उस टाइम अटेंटिवली।
डन सर।
ठीक है, थैंक यू। हेलो, चेक, हेलो।
Recording in progress.
Hello, check.
ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start the celebrations of our 16th Founders Day. And on behalf of the entire ICE Center, we welcome you and we thank you for joining us in this joyous occasion. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you. If we could all settle down in a minute, I now request Professor Pandap to please escort the chief guest, Professor Surjit Singh, Director PGI. Our guest of honor today, Professor Jagatram, former Director PGI and Head Advanced Eye Center, to the dais, please. And we are happy to welcome them and Professor Samak with a floral. Thank you. May I now request Professor Pandap to deliver the welcome address and present the annual report.
Good morning, everyone, and I welcome you all to the 16th Founders Day of the Advanced Eye Center, PGI. Professor Surjit Singh, Director PGI and Chief Guest for this morning. Professor Jagatram, Guest of Honor and former Director PGI and former Head of the Department of Advanced Eye Center. We have Professor Mohit Gupta, former Dean PGI and Professor Emeritus. I think he's online. Shri Kumar Gauravji, Deputy Director PGI. Shri Kumar Aveji, Financial Advisor. We have Professor Dogra with us, former HOD of Advanced Eye Center. Professor Vipin Kaushal, Medical Superintendent. Ashok, Dr. Ashok. And we have many other faculty members. Mr. Saini, he has contributed a lot to our department over many years. And we have Professor Gaba here, the sub-dean. And we also have Professor Balvinder Singh here. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining, and all the faculty colleagues from the administration, people from the administration or nursing staff, all the residents, senior residents, some guest awardees who have contributed a lot to our program, and also the people who are watching us online as well as on site. I welcome you, all of you, to this function. On behalf of Advanced Eye Center, this is my pleasure and the privilege and honor to welcome you all to this function. We moved to this building in 2006, the Advanced Eye Center, when it was inaugurated by the then Vice President of India, Shri Bhairav Singh Shekhawat-ji, in the presence of the then Health Minister, Ambumani Ramadosh-ji. And since then, we actually have progressed a lot. And if you look at the pre-COVID times, we have been seeing almost 40% of the OPD patients, those who come to PGI, they are seeing Advanced Eye Center. So I think this is one of the busiest center that we have in PGI over the years. Founders Day gives us an opportunity to reflect on our work and express our gratitude, and also to thank people and plan for the future. So that's why this day is very important for us. And remembering our founders, we all know Professor Tulsidas, he was the founder director of PGI, so he is not only founded eye department, but also the PGI, and it was Professor Jain who actually set up the department during those days. And he was the one who established the basic work culture and the ethos of the eye center, of the eye department that we still follow. And you all know Professor Mohit Gupta, he was instrumental in creating this very center. I think this was his hard work and vision that we are all enjoying the fruit of his hard work nowadays, and we are lucky to be part of this center. And he was ably assisted in carrying out and establishing this center by Professor Jagat Ram, who is with us today, and also Professor M.R. Dogra, who is also here. I think these people have contributed immensely to the success of Advanced Eye Center, and we all owe, this center and whatever we have today to these people. Advanced Eye Center provides tertiary care services to a number of states of Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir, Uttarakhand, and western parts of the Uttar Pradesh. So there's a huge population. Actually, if you look at the population, it would be probably somewhere around 12 to 13% population of India, which is which is coming to PGI and our center as well. We have a dedicated team of about 250 people, which includes 28 faculty members, 22 senior resident, 36 junior resident, and about 15 technical staff, nurses, office staff, and other various staff, who are working day and night to take care of the patients, also contribute to all activities of the eye center. Our academic program is very well established and is in fact considered one of the best in the country. And students from all over India, they come here, they aspire to come to this center for training. And not only India, but we have trained people also from abroad who come for some specialized courses and to take part in that. So far, a total of 340 students received the MS degree of ophthalmology from here. We also started fellowship programs in glaucoma and uveitis. We have MCH in retina and cornea. School of optometry was started up 2 years ago. Currently, we have 18 students, and the first batch probably will be appearing the exams next year. We have already produced 5 PhDs, and the 6th one is also undergoing PhD training. Advanced Eye Center is widely recognized, and many people have visited, many dignitaries have visited the center over a period of time. And I think the visit that we really cherish is that by the President of India, Abdul Kalam ji. And I think he spent a lot of time that day interacting with people, and we were so kind of motivated to do better. So we distinctly remember this visit even today, though it has been some while ago. So workload of the department has been increasing over a period of time, but during COVID days, there's a bit of a dip. And if you look at the past 3 years, 1920, kind of pre-COVID, and then there was a dip. But we have actually, in this year, even in spite of the COVID, the numbers are going up. And if you look at all the total patient or special clinic patients, so all the patients have been increasing, again, coming back. And right in the beginning of this year, 22-23, the numbers will be probably equal to 1920, or maybe they are likely to surpass that figure actually, because a lot of patients are now coming back since the COVID has declined. So even during COVID, I think our services never shut down, and we were always looking after our patients. Our center is organized into different services. So we have different service areas like retina, lens, cornea, glaucoma, skin, pediatrics, ophthalmology and strabismus, uveitis. So all this specialized care is provided so that we can look after the special needs of the people and provide in the state-of-the-art care to our society, to our patients. And as we can see, then all the clinics are very busy, and even during COVID time, our clinics never shut down, except for a very brief period when there was a curfew in the city. Other than that, we have always been looking after our patients. And same is true for surgical. Even during COVID period, operation theaters were always working. We contributed significantly to the COVID management. I think we got the opportunity to implement vaccination program on behalf of the PGI, so we were able to implement that. and we also contributed manpower to the NHE, that's the COVID hospital, and all JRs, 36 junior residents and 23 senior residents were actually posted. All of them were posted in the facility, and some of these were posted actually more than once, 2-3 times. And similarly, we also contributed nurses and other staff. And if you look at the nursing total man hours or women hours, they're like 500 plus hours our staff has given, and also the hospital attendants, HAs and SS. So we have been regular contributors to the COVID cause to help our institute, take care of these patients. We were also able to do laboratory tests during that period, and also contributed. We tried to take off the workload of the main labs because the COVID labs were overwhelmed at a point of time. So we thought that we can do some of the tests in-house in PGI only, and a number of tests were done there also. And during COVID period, even the COVID positive patient who needed surgery, we made arrangements to do the surgical procedure in the NHE hospital itself. And during this period, we did 85 ophthalmic surgeries were done in the NHE operation theater. So we were a major contributor to successfully implement the COVID vaccination program. The HDU is ready now. The last purchase order has been given. We were hoping that we will start it before the Founders Day, but there was a little delay of a couple of months. So I think within 2 or 3 months, we'll have everything set, and we should be ready to admit the first patients. So we are very eagerly looking forward to that. Our emphasis this year has been to digitize the eye center and implement the electronic medical records. And I'm very happy to report that with the ample help from the administration and from the finance wing particularly, we have been able to put in a lot of hardware in place, and we have developed the software in-house. And as of now, the glaucoma clinic, the walk-in OPDs, the retina clinic are basically ready for file-free, operations. So we have that capability now. At least the three areas where we don't need patient files. Now we are still making files because that we have to do for logistic other reasons, but we are now capable of that. The cornea lens clinic are partly implemented, and I'm just hoping that within the next 2-3 years we'll acquire that capability there also. So that has been our focus in the last year, and I thank administration for supporting us on this. And we will continue to work on this in the next year also, so that very soon we will be able to provide our patients a little better user experience when to come to PGI. We have also added a few new facilities, like PDT laser is now available for us for treating some of these complex cases, and also we have an advanced system for dry eye management, which was needed for a long time, and now it's become functional in the institute. With the ample assistance from our administration, we have been able to add a lot of equipment this year also. Some of this equipment is a replacement of the older ones, and some is like expansion of capacity, and some newer techniques has also been added. So I'm again very thankful to the Director PGI and the administration in general for helping us with all our needs. The faculty has been at forefront of doing good work and bringing laureates to PGI as well as to our institute. Professor Jagat Ram was awarded P. Shiva Reddy Oration by the AIOS, which is a very prestigious oration in our society. He was also given Andhra Pradesh Ophthalmology Society oration, JL Sharma Oration by Haryana Ophthalmology Society, and a number of awards. Actually, I haven't listed them because we all know it's Professor Jagat Ram's nature actually to get awarded. So whatever he does with so much of quality and so much of precision that he has numerous awards already given to him. I was able to publish a book this year on optic nerve evaluation for glaucoma, and I am also the president of the Glaucoma Society of India at this present. As of now, Professor Usha Singh has also been honored by being elected as vice president of the Oculoplastics Association of India, and subsequently she'll become the president of the Oculoplastic Society of India. She also organized a very successful conference, 31st annual conference at Oculoplastics India. And during this conference, as well as other conferences, I think 5 of her papers and posters, they got first or the second best paper awards. So this congratulations to her team. Professor Vishali Gupta has again been at the forefront of our research effort, and she has been awarded Peace Reddy International Award this year, and she also elected the president of the Uveitis Society of India. She is also the secretary of the International Uveitis Group, a member of the committee of the Macular Society, which is again a very prestigious society, and she is the first Indian actually to be on the executive board. She is also on chair of a number of committees, including the uveitis session during the World Ophthalmology Congress in 2022. She is also chair of the ICMR CTD task for the tuberculosis, extrapulmonary tuberculosis, and member of the advisory board of the Core Ocular Research Foundation at Johns Hopkins University. So I think she has done a great job and brought a lot of recognition to our center and also to our institute. Professor Sushmita Kaushik has been, again, a very active researcher and clinician, and she's got Excellence Award in glaucoma by the Women Ophthalmology Society last year in December. And a number of her papers actually has been awarded at first or second prize, and which includes, congenital rubella syndrome. She's mostly, working on the pediatric glaucoma part, which I think she has, with her effort, she has actually brought it to an international level. So I think we're very proud of her work in that area. She's also a founder secretary of the Indian Pediatric Society and regularly organizes conferences and meetings in that. Professor Jasprit he was awarded Excellence in Strabismology Award in 2021, and also Strabismus Pediatric Ophthalmology Society of India. He is also achieved AIS International Hero Award and member of the Media Committee of the American Association of Pediatric Ophthalmology. Dr. Rima Bansal has published her work, some COVID related actually, and she got the appreciation award for that as well. And she also appointed a joint secretary of the Uveitis Society of India. Dr. Diksha is working on the ROP, the pediatric. I think she has, after Dogra left, I think she has taken that task to look after these kids, and she's really doing very well in that. She got the first prize in the pediatric ophthalmology category and overall best video in the AEC Cinefest. This was held recently in Chandigarh. She also got the best podium presentation for her ROP work and was awarded Fellow of the All India Collegium of Ophthalmology by the AIUS. Dr. Sableen has been very active again in the pediatric ophthalmology and strabismus and has received a number of national and also international awards. Dr. Simarajan was awarded Hanumanta Reddy Award for the best research in pediatric ophthalmology by the AIUS and also the best surgical video. Dr. Atula Arora, he's a pool officer as of now. He received Dr. Narsingh Rao Award for the best free paper presented in the 20th annual conference of the Uveitis Society of India. So a number of public awards have got, and our fellows and JRs, seniors, they have got many awards, recognitions during a number of conferences in the last 1 year. Overall, we have been able to publish about 136 publications, the peer-reviewed index journals. We have been, because of the COVID, most of the activity has shifted to online, and a number of webinars have been conducted by the faculty members, and I was just counting them. This is not the correct figure, but at least 200 webinars have been done in the last 1 year. Probably the number is much higher because we don't have all the details. The future challenges, we have the increasing patient load. We are expecting more to come in the post-COVID period now. So we need to continue to evolve actually more effective ways to diagnose and treat and deliver healthcare system in the hospital as well as in the community and in a cost-effective manner, and how we can reach out to patients. I think that still remains a challenge. There's an unprecedented growth in the scientific knowledge, so we have to keep pace with it, and we have devise ways to keep updated on that, and also carry on doing research which is not only published internationally, but also is relevant to our own community and our own needs of our own society. For the next year, the focus as of now will remain on the implementing the EMR system and digitizing the health records. That is still on the top of the agenda, and I'm hoping that within next few months, maybe by the end of this session, maybe during summer vacation, we'll probably make an attempt to kind of a switch over to an entirely online system. Though the file system will going to stay for the time being, but we'll during summer vacation, I think that would be a little better time to implement, in entirety, exactly. But let's hope we reach that target sooner than later, because that's very much required, because we need to streamline our patients. We need to have a database which will be used for research as well as for management point of view. And on top of it, one can later on develop some AI-based systems that will be useful for research as well as for patient management. Software seems to be working fine, but we need a little more hardware in the coming months or coming year, I would say, and that should enable us to implement this. There's a bit of shortage of manpower, technical, nursing, etc. So I hope that over a period of time that would be addressed. We have a very severe space crunch. There's so many patients, and our services have expanded a lot. Actually, we have introduced new procedures, new tests, and new clinical methods. So for that, we are needing more space. We need more operating rooms. Our operating rooms are very, in short supply now because increasing faculty and increasing patient load. The surgical load has increased, and we are looking forward to have an expansion of the advanced eye center as soon as possible. So that will provide us more space for operating rooms, more space for clinical services. We need to augment our labs. We want to for patients as well for research point of view, and also we need more classrooms because we have number of students and the courses running in the department in the eye center have increased over a period of time. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, and once again I welcome you all to this 16th Founders Day of the Advanced Eye Center. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's our proud privilege to actually hear a few words from Professor Amod Gupta, Professor Emeritus of our department. He couldn't join us this morning, but we are very lucky to hear what he had to say.
Friends, thanks for asking me to say a few words on this occasion. At the outset, I would like to extend my greetings and felicitations to you all on the auspicious occasion of the 16th Founders Day of the Advanced Eye Center at the PGI. I recall Dr. Talwar, the former director, introducing Eye Center to all the visitors as a jewel in the crown of the PGI. I'm extremely happy and proud that you continue to live up to that epithet and that you're in the top 10 eye centers of India. The jewel surely shines much brighter than ever before. You reached there not by chance, but I believe by living up to the cherished dreams, aspirations, and values of the founders, pursuit of excellence, carried with complete integrity, honesty, diligence, and above all, in the spirit of camaraderie. Over the past few years, despite the COVID pandemic, I find an astounding increase in the number of peer-reviewed articles that your faculty have published, and many of you are in fact celebrated internationally. You have rightfully earned a glorious spot under the sun, and you must celebrate every moment of your achievement. But please do not sit on your laurels. Now that you are maturing into adult, if I may, I would urge you to pause for a moment of introspection. It's high time to redefine your goals. Where would you like to be in the next 5 years, 10 years? Be in the excellence of patient care, development of human resources, or carrying out path-breaking research. As a keen observer of the world of medicine, I strongly feel that the need of the hour is for you to pursue and develop cross-disciplinary research networks, learning to ask the unasked questions, and compete for national and international grants. The opportunities abound. The Chandigarh region cluster of innovation and knowledge offers you unstinted support of some of the most brilliant and innovative and willing scientists available be across the road in Punjab University, IMTech, NIPUR, ICER, NABI, CSIO, IIT, all located within a few kilometers of your institute. You are indeed privileged to be located where you are. Not taking much of your time, I would like to once again congratulate you all for achieving this wonderful milestone. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for those words of wisdom. He continues to inspire and guide us always. I now have the pleasure to invite our guest of honor, Professor Jagatram, sir, to say a few words.
Professor Surjit Singh, Director PGI, Shri Kumar Gaurav Dhawan, Deputy Director PGI, Dr. Samar Basak, Dr. N.D. Lakhanpal Oration Awardee, Shri Kumar Abhay, Financial Advisor, Dr. Professor Vipin Kaushal, MS PGI, Professor Manga Dogra, former Head Department of Ophthalmology, Professor S.S. Pandav, current Head Department of Ophthalmology. We have with us Professor Krishan Gaba, Professor Ashok, Professor Bagar, Dr. Ashok Sharma, Professor Mini Singh. From the departmental faculty, Professor Usha Singh, Professor Vaishali Gupta, Professor Amit Gupta, Professor Sushmita Kaushik, Professor Ramandeep Singh, Professor Pankaj Gupta, other faculty members from the department and from institute, lot of staff from the operation theatre and other staff member from the department, dear resident and friends. I will also like to welcome those guests joining virtually online. Among them, respected Professor Amod Gupta, Padma Shri Awardee and former Dean PGI and former Head Department of Ophthalmology, Professor Pradeep Ramolu, who will be delivering the Founder Day lecture today, Dr. Aparna Rama Subramaniam, Dr. Rashmin Gandhi, Dr. George Pathuran, Dr. Rajiv Raman and other faculty members. They have joined us online. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you on the occasion of 16th Founders Day of Advanced Eye Center. I have witnessed growth of the department from a small department of ophthalmology in the second floor D block of the Nehru Hospital, which I joined with Professor Dogra, to a state-of-art advanced eye center, which was possible with the futuristic vision of its real founder, Professor Amod Gupta, with the blessing of Professor I.S. Jain and excellent teamwork done by our faculty members. At present, Advanced Eye Center is providing best of the postgraduate training in ophthalmology to the resident in ophthalmology. And it is the first in the department in the country to start with the MCH in vitro retina, cornea, cataract and refractive surgery. This is similar. We have only 2 MCH, whereas I think a pediatric department in APC that has more than 9 DM, that is highest in the country. So we are probably the second one, although our is a surgical department, but to have 2 MCH is a big thing for us. That is first in the country. Advanced Eye Center is recognized nationally and internationally, and our faculty member and residents has placed Advanced Eye Center at the global map. This was possible due to the hard work, sincerity, dedication and excellent teamwork by the faculty members, residents and staff, and each one of you. It is honor and privilege for me to be part of this legacy started by founder HOD of ophthalmology, Professor Tulsi Das, who was also founder director of PGI, followed by Professor I.S. Jain, Professor Amod Gupta, Professor Dogra, and carried forward by the present head, Professor Pandav. There is tremendous increase in the number of patients. In 1979, when I joined PGI, there were almost 75 to 100 patients visiting PGI. In 2006, when we moved to the Advanced Eye Center, number of patients increased to 300 per day. And now we moved to the Advanced Eye Center at present, 1500 to 2000 patients are seen every day, and there is urgent need to expand Advanced Eye Center. During my tenure as a director PGI, with the current administration, our current DDA and financial advisor, extension of the Advanced Eye Center was approved by the Standing Finance Committee and also by the governing body. And 93 crore were sanctioned. I am sure the current administration of PGI will make the dream of extension of Advanced Eye Center possible. I congratulate Dr. Pradeep Ramalu, who will be delivering the Founders Day lecture, and our dear friends and the top corneal surgeon of the country, Dr. Samar Basak, who has come all the way from Calcutta to deliver Dr. N.D. Lakhanpal oration. My special thanks to Dr. Aparna, who did her residency here in PGI, and other faculty members for their participation on this auspicious occasion of the Founders Day. I also congratulate all the winners of Advanced Eye Center on this occasion who will be receiving the award. I also congratulate resident and faculty for making a beautiful rangoli as well as other decoration here on this occasion. My heartiest congratulations to Professor Pandav and all faculty member, resident and staff of Advanced Eye Center on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and appreciation. It's always very dear. May I now request Professor Pandav to invite Professor Surjit Singh to deliver the inaugural address.
I think it's my pleasure to invite Professor Surjit Singh. Professor Surjit Singh, Director PGI. Sorry, pardon my throat today. to have his some words of wisdom for us. Professor Surjit Singh is the current director of PGI. He is also head of the Advanced Eye Center PGI and has been instrumental in actually setting up a number of new services in pediatric center, including a state-of-the-art the lab, which is one of the best in the country, I suppose, and all the state-of-the-art facilities are available in the Advanced Eye Center. He's one of the most recognized pediatrician of this country and has contributed enormously in various capacities to the PGI as well as at an international level. He's the most experienced administrator, researcher, and a well-recognized teacher. And it's truly our honor to have him today with us to grace our function to be the chief guest here. And he is a very busy person. Actually, every minute in director's office is so precious. And we are very thankful to you, sir, for having spared your time. And I'll invite you to say a few words to our audience. Thank you.
Professor Jagatram, former director, PGI, Professor Pandav, head Department of Ophthalmology, Dr. Samar Basak, the Lakhanpal lecturer of the day, faculty colleagues, residents, and staff members. I welcome you all to the 16th Founders Day celebrations of the Advanced Eye Center. This center was the third major standalone centers of PGI after the Oral Health Sciences Center, the Advanced Pediatric Center, which came up in '97, and this center came up 9 years later in 2006. In fact, this center could well have been the first standalone center to have come up, because the initial plans, if I'm not mistaken, had come up in the late 80s, early 90s, but that was not to be, and it took some more time for the center to come up. Dr. Amod Gupta just mentioned that this center is amongst the 10 best eye centers in the country. I think I beg to differ from him. This center must be amongst the top 2 or 3 centers in the country. And as Professor Jagatram mentioned, this is not only the first, but still the only center to offer postdoctoral courses in ophthalmology. And that, I think, remains a big achievement. Over the last 16 years, this center has grown from strength to strength. And the Department of Ophthalmology is known for having set up benchmarks in academics, compassionate patient care, and high quality research. The outpatient clinics in this center do not start on time. They start much before time. And that is, I think, something which all of us in the institute need to emulate. And no patient goes home without being seen in the center. And during the pandemic, I think patients who attended the eye center, none of them was ever turned back, irrespective of whether they came with or without appointments. So there is a lot that we need to learn from the services that are being provided at the center. And I wish the deliberations all success. And I'm sure the residents would have a lot to learn today, as always. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those kind words and appreciation, and we hope we live up to what the Institute expects us to. It's my privilege now to request Professor Pandav, Professor Jagatram, Professor Dogra to present a plaque to the chief guest, Professor Surjit Singh. May I now request Professor Pandav, Professor Jagatram, Professor Usha Singh ma'am, and Professor Dogra to present a small token of remembrance to Professor Jagatram, our chief guest. Thank you so much. Now, most of the work done in the Advanced Eye Center are actually done by people who work tirelessly behind the scenes and who never really get the awards and accolades and things that we seem to be known for and be fortunate. So on every founders, we appreciate those who make all of this possible. And it's our tradition to present appreciation awards to our staff, and it's my privilege to announce the appreciation awardees for this year, 2021-22. May I now invite Professor Surjit Singh sir, Professor Jagatram, Professor Pandav, Professor Dogra, Professor Usha. So if you could all give out the appreciation awards. And I start with Mrs. Ramesh Rani, Assistant Nursing Superintendent. She joined the department in 2018 and before that worked in the CTVS ICU, Pediatrics Emergency, and main ICU, and we are fortunate to have got that experience when she joined us at the Eye Center. Mr. Sandeep Kumar is the nursing officer in the OT. He joined in 2008 in our main OT, and he's hardworking, sincere, and is completely accountable in all that he does. It's a pleasure to have Mr. Sandeep. Mr. Om Prakash, a computer programmer. He joined the computer section in 2013 as a computer programmer and is instrumental in starting the EMR that Professor Pandav told us about, and we're so happy to have him with us, Mr. Om Prakash. Mr. Manmohan Shukla is next. He's a clerk well known to all of us as being untiringly there all the time. He joined us in 2010 and has worked in almost all the areas of the Advanced Eye Center. So he knows more about it than most of us do. Mr. Manmohan. Mr. Sunil Kumar. He's our driver who joined in 2010, and ever since he's been working, he's ever there, just a phone call away, and we don't need to take out our cars because Sunil is there to ferry us wherever we wish to go. Mr. Sunil. Mr. Om Prakash Negi, hospital attendant. So Om Prakash ji is always a call away. He joined us in 2017 as a hospital attendant, and he's been sincerely working in the office and anywhere that we want. Mr. Sonu Kumar. Sonu is our sanitary attendant, joined as 2016, and whenever anything needs to be done, he's always there for all of us, Mr. Sonu, sanitary attendant. And last but not the least, I'm happy to announce a special certificate of appreciation for Sister Surjit, who joined the department in 1995, and ever since she's worked sincerely. She retired from her services in April 2020, but due to COVID protocols, we couldn't celebrate her superannuation, and we're happy that we could do it today. Sister Surjit. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, I seem to have missed out Sarojji. I'm so sorry. There's one more right in the way. Mr. Saroj. Saroj is our optometrist. He is always there, especially, and how could I forget him? He does my glaucoma work. So Saroj, I'm sorry. He joined in 2010 and has worked in all areas, but now especially with us. So we're very happy to have him. Mr. Saroj, optometrist. Right, sorry. So each year we celebrate the contribution made by our founding fathers of the department, and the Founders Day lecture is the highlight of the academic program that we have. This year we have Professor Pradeep Ramolu from Johns Hopkins, who would have delivered it virtually, and may now request Professor Pandav sir to introduce this year's Founders Day lecture awardee.
Thank you, Sushmita. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to introduce today's Founders Day orator, Dr. Pradeep Ramolu. He was born in Chicago, Illinois, and he graduated with honors from Stanford University. And then he joined MD PhD program at Johns Hopkins University, completing his PhD work in retinal biology. He subsequently completed his ophthalmology residency from Johns Hopkins Wilmer Eye Institute, which we all know is one of the world-renowned institute, and did his glaucoma fellowship at the Bascom Palmer Hospital in USA. After his fellowship, he returned to Wilmer Glaucoma Division, where he began a program to study the functional consequences of visual impairment using a variety of tools, including patient-reported outcomes, observations of the task performance, and real-world behavior monitoring. Now, he has extensively worked on effect of visual impairment, the effect of visual impairment on on people, which an area which was not earlier actually studied that well. Dr. Ramolu has also helped define when, how, and why visual impairment results in disability. His current work is focused on the possible protective role of physical activity against eye diseases, developing methods to assess, prevent falls in older people with visual disability, which is a particular problem in the older age. And also the use of ocular imaging to identify persons at risk of cognitive impairment, because there seems to be some relationship between the visual impairment and cognitive impairment. Dr. Ramolu's work has resulted over 180 peer-reviewed publications, 10 book chapters and 2 books. Because of his expertise, he has helped various agencies, including FBI, to set vision standard for work. He also holds leadership position in various national and international ophthalmic societies, including program chair for the American Glaucoma Society, Glaucoma Association. He has received numerous awards, including the Best Mentor Award for the MPH students, residents, and fellows in that institute, the award which he won twice. He now serves as a director of the Wilmer Glaucoma Service at Johns Hopkins. Dr. Ramolu has received continuous NIH funding since 2007 and has received the Secretariat Achievement and Senior Awards from the American Academy of Ophthalmology and the PSAT Award from the Vision Science. He was also named by the New Weeks as the America's Best Doctor in 2021. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege again to present to you our orator, speaker for today's Founders Day lecture, Professor Pradeep Ramolu. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to join you and present to you the Founders Day lecture for 2022. It's a great honor for me, and I regret that I couldn't be there in person. And also, as the lecture time comes to the middle of the night here, that I couldn't be there live to address you in person. I'd like to tell you something about a topic which is very dear to me, which is the impact of eye disease on the person, and also describe to you why it matters. These are my disclosures. I first want to talk to you about why you would understand these functional consequences of visual impairment and provide a rationale for this work. I'm then going to go into talking about the ways in which functional consequences occur for the visually impaired, and how it affects not only their life today, but their life in the future. And I wanted to describe also the complexity of understanding a single functional impairment, and then also describe how we address these functional consequences. But first, let me talk about why should we understand these functional consequences. There's certainly many reasons for understanding them, and this is a slide that I showed for many years. Increasingly, when we have to tell people that we want them to pay for our services, we have to justify that this care is needed and that funding from the government or other resources is justified. Additionally, when we have new medicines or devices approved, we have to show that they not only just improve intraocular pressure or other such measures, but that they also improve the quality of life of the person. Of course, we use this information every day. We need to balance the impact of therapy against the benefit to the patient. And finally, when we're trying to rehabilitate someone in order to make their function better, we're not trying to improve their vision necessarily. We're only trying to improve how they operate in the world. Well, while all these are true, really none of them really get at the most important reason for understanding the functional consequences of eye disease, and that is to approach our work with a deep and sincere empathy. And so what is empathy? It's really being able to see what life is like for another person, and to listen with their ears and to feel with their heart and to understand what they're going through. I think what's very important is that empathy is not something which is completely inborn. It can be modified. This is a very nice book that I like from a Stanford professor called Jamil Zaki, who authored the book, The War for Kindness. We're talking about how empathy has varied over the years and how it varies in the same individual over time, and that it can be cultivated with specific techniques. And these techniques include seeing the suffering of others by understanding what they're going through. So the goal of this lecture is to help you see what others are going through by showing you, with a detailed description, what kinds of problems people have as a result of their visual impairment. So when we understand this better, it really lets us do everything else with not only with more motivation, but with a purer heart. So it lets us work harder for policy making. It lets us work harder so that we approve the proper medicines and devices. It lets us work harder so we make the right decisions for our patients, and so that we encourage rehabilitative care. And of course, you can say we're doing all these things anyway, but whenever you really have the right motivations for doing it, and you do it with a more sincere effort, the outcomes are always better. But what are some of these functional consequences for the visually impaired? Well, let's go through some of them. This is work that was done by one of my students, Cheryl Sherrod, who looked at the association of vision with work status in a national population survey called the NHANES survey done out of the United States. What she found is that people with normal vision, about 70% of them were employed. If you had uncorrected refractive error, this was only slightly reduced to about 60%. But amongst the people who were visually impaired, meaning that their better eye vision was worse than 20/40, only about 40% of them were working. And many more of them were not even seeking work, meaning that they were not in the labor force. This was especially problematic in some populations. So you can see here that amongst all visually impaired patients, about 40% were working. But really affected women quite disproportionately, where only about 20% of them were working, perhaps because it's more socially acceptable for them to go into other roles. And people who probably had concurrent disease from their systematic diabetes were very, very unlikely to be working, with less than 5% of them working. Well, how does this compare? Clearly, if you have any disability, it's going to impair your ability to work. So we looked at this with one of my co-authors, Paul Loprinzi, and what we looked at is the impact of many, many different variables collected as part of this NHANES study and its associations for not working. And if you look at what are the most powerful associations of not working, you see that visual impairment is on par with things which are very, very impactful, such as having had a stroke, such as having had severe COPD, or depression, so severe mental illness, although some of this can be actually occurring from not working. And so really you can see that visual impairment is amongst the most impactful things with regards for its ability to no longer be able to work. But what about another impact of poor vision, which is reading? I think, obviously we test people's reading all the time. In fact, we measure their visual ability with a reading test in terms of reading on the chart. And in fact, when we look at why people come in for low vision rehabilitation, the overwhelming reason they come in is because they want help with reading, because it's so fundamental to our work and everything else that we do. But regardless of how you present text, if you have poor visual acuity, you read much slower. So this is work that was done by Alex Bowers at Mass Pioneer, showing that that people read slower if they had visual impairment, whereas in the control group they read about 300 words per minute. In the low vision group, they read much more slowly, only about 100 words per minute, and it didn't matter how you presented the text. And these are different methods of presenting text to them. No matter what the method, they read substantially slower, whether they were asked to read out loud or whether they were asked to read silently. What about reading in something else which we wouldn't think about really affecting reading, such as glaucoma, which we think of as more of a peripheral disease that affects driving, crashes, mobility, and falls? So we wanted to test this using a set of studies from the Salisbury Eye Evaluation, where people were asked to read short sentences of 6th grade text level using 4 text sizes with their habitual correction over a short duration and reading out loud. And what we found is that reading was only substantially impaired in people who had very severe glaucoma in both eyes. And so if you only had glaucoma in one eye, you only read about 6 words per minute slower. Average reading speed was about 150 words per minute. And if you had it in both eyes, you read about 10 words per minute slower. And only when you had lost about half your visual field or more in both eyes did you read much, much slower, about 30 words per minute slower. So we wanted to test this because we didn't really think that this was true, that a lot of patients seemed to complain about this. And so we created a silent reading test where instead of reading out loud, they read silently. And we had to create our own passage, so we wrote our own story and measured the speed with the timing of page turns and made the pages very simple, so it didn't really matter what their education level was, and actually used comprehension questions to make sure that they were actually reading the passage. When we did this, we found that silent reading was much more effective in glaucoma patients than was out loud reading. So in other words, if you had glaucoma, when you read out loud, you only read about 13 words per minute slower. But when you read silently, you read about 30 words per minute slower. I put it in percentages here because it actually scaled logarithmically and not arithmetically. And in fact, everything which affected out loud reading also affected silent reading, but to a much greater degree. And you can ask, why is that? The reason is probably when you're reading things out loud, you're limited by how quickly you're willing to speak. Whereas on the other hand, when you're reading silently, you're limited only by your cognitive ability. In other words, how fast can I read while understanding this material? So since it pushes you to your cognitive maximum, it actually shows a greater effect. We also found that there was a borderline association between glaucoma and comprehension, and I'll get back to that because I do think it's significant as well. As we had people read for a longer period of time, 30 minutes, what we also found is that their change in speed over time was different if you had glaucoma. This is a person who is near the average for both reading speed and changing reading speed over time in the control group, and you can see that they start reading at about 200 words per minute, and they don't slow down over time. Each of these little dots is how fast they read at a given moment in time, and you see several clusters of dots. Each of those clusters refers to how fast they were reading a single page. On the other hand, if you take the average glaucoma subject, what you see is that they start out reading slower, but then they also decline over time. And in fact, these differences in the change in speed across groups was significant as well. So, well, what about other diseases as well? What about another disease such as age-related macular degeneration? This is work that was done with my colleagues Mani Sweener and Varshini Varudraj. And what we actually look at is a very similar study, whereas in these A and B groups, we wanted to see how fast they read out loud using a test called the MN Read test. And again, how fast they read with the sustained reading speed test. And what we found is that when we actually had them read out loud, the people with A and B read much slower, almost about 50 words per minute slower, and that their reading speed got worse as their vision got worse as well. On the other hand, what we didn't see is that there was any change in the sustained reading speed. So the A and Ds didn't read any slower, nor did there seem to be any significant association with acuity, although there was a trend in that direction. Nor there was any difference in their change in reading speed over time. So how can you explain this? People who clearly had, these were people who had significant decrease in vision from AMD in both eyes. How is it possible that they didn't have any effect on their reading? Well, what we found is that there was actually a very strong association between vision and comprehension in these patients. So in other words, as their vision got worse, the proportion of questions they answered correctly and those comprehension questions went down considerably. And so there was 8% less comprehension for every one line worsening in their vision. In other words, these individuals just continued to read at the same speed, but they just read more slowly. So they didn't feel like it was worth it to read so slowly to the point that it was, kind of, painfully slow. And so they just decided to slow down their reading speed. Well, this is something which I think we more frequently associate with vision loss, which is difficulty driving. Of course, in India, it may be more difficult to drive than it is here in the United States. But nonetheless, it is a very important way to get around in the world. And what we found in our glaucoma patients, also part of the same Salisbury eye evaluation, is that as your better eye visual field got worse, the likelihood that you would need to stop driving increased considerably. And what you do see also is that there were some individuals, even who had lost quite a bit of vision in their better seeing eye, who did continue to drive as well, about 4 or 5 of them in the study. This was work that was done by somebody who's now back in India, Sunny Sengupta, who also found that in the study that was done on AMD patients, that the probability of no longer driving increased with the degree of visual limitations in the better eye visual acuity. I think what's also interesting in that study is that there were some people whose vision in the better eye was quite poor, 20/63 or worse, and those individuals were continuing to drive as well. Many people don't really necessarily stop driving, however, they simply restrict their driving. And so this is one adaptation which may be effective, but it certainly limits your lifestyle as well. And so what we did find is that patients with AMD, the worse their vision got, the more they restricted their driving. In other words, if they were 20/30 or 20/50, they had about double the number of driving restrictions, and it went up considerably when they had more, even worse vision, worse than 20/50, and even if they were still driving. I think another big issue to consider in people who are visually impaired is their level of physical activity. I think it's increasingly becoming obvious that the real poly pill, in other words, the real medicine, if you would, that makes us overall healthy is exercise. So we call it a poly pill because it's an intervention which really helps many, many things. And unlike other things, it's available at low cost with few side effects, and really affects a lot of aspects of our health and well-being. So there's evidence that it benefits mortality, heart disease, stroke, diabetes, breast cancer, colon cancer, depression, falling, and it just improves our overall well-being. So our cognition, our bone health, our cardiorespiratory and muscular fitness. This is a very nice review from The Lancet, which actually showed the population attributable fraction of many diseases which could be resolved if inactivity was addressed. And you can see that between 5 and 10% of many of these major problems, cancer, diabetes, heart disease, could be resolved if inactivity were addressed. This is a very nice piece of work that one of my former students, Jeff Willis, did, again from this National Health and Nutrition Evaluation Survey, which actually looked at how much activity people did, either with normal vision, with uncorrected refractive error, or with visual impairment. Time that they spend in moderate or vigorous physical activity. And what you see is that while the people with normal vision or uncorrected refractive error spend about 20 to 30 minutes, it was much diminished in visual impairment. What is very striking, as much as we did for the work with working, you can actually see how does the impact of visual impairment on physical activity compare to other diseases or other conditions that people in the NHANES survey may have had. And what you see is that while COPD and arthritis lower the physical activity levels by 8 to 15%, and diabetes and stroke lowered it by about a quarter, and congestive heart failure lowered it by about a third, the people who had poor vision were actually the most affected in the entire study and were down by about 50%. So the impact of poor vision on physical activity is greater than any other variable or any other of these major diseases which still allow you to be freely living. We noticed in glaucoma patients and that were studied at Hopkins that the worse their visual field, the fewer steps they took per day. The what about the future? So, we think about, maybe how the person who's sitting in our chair is affected right now. But what about what comes for them in the future? I think we have to remember that visual impairment is not just what's happening to you today. It also changes your trajectory of the future. So, for example, if you have poor vision, the likelihood that you're going to get into an accident increases, and people have shown that the crash rate per mile of driving is higher in people who have more severe visual field damage. On the other hand, it's not completely clear that if you have worse visual acuity, that you drive worse. So this is kind of one of the paradoxes, that even though visual field clearly is important, it's not clear that visual acuity is really heavily necessary. Another area that's very important is falls. This is a very significant issue because the leading cause of accidental death in older adults, and 80% of injury-related hospitalizations in the elderly are a result of a fall. And there's just tremendous societal costs that are resulting from these falls as well. Several visual measures are related to falls. So cataract surgery, for example, has been shown to decrease fall risk by about 34%. This is a very nice study which did that. They randomized one group to immediate cataract surgery, another group to delayed cataract surgery, and showed that there was a lower fall risk in the immediate group. They also found that this was true for the first eye and for the second eye. By the time they did the second eye, they had actually changed their policies to speed up the wait time. And so while they did see the same effect, the study was underpowered to say that it was statistically significant. In the Salisbury eye study, they actually found that it wasn't really central loss or acuity loss, but actually the peripheral field loss, which was associated with increased fall risk. On the other hand, many other studies have found multiple vision variables associated with a higher fall rate, including acuity, contrast, or depth perception. So what about something else? So, this is a study that we just completed as part of the atherosclerosis risk and community study, and the sub-study within it called the eye determinants of cognition, where we actually found that in people who were of white descent in Western Maryland, that if they had worse presenting vision, they actually had a more negative trajectory for their cognition. In other words, that they had faster cognitive decline. Interestingly, we didn't see this in everybody, so we didn't see it in the group of Black patients who were seen at a different clinical site. But this was true both for people who had poor vision with regards to their visual acuity or with regards to their contrast. So in other words, having poor vision may actually increase your cognitive decline as well. And I think finally, people have shown some very nice work that glaucoma damage also has implications for people's future health and well-being. This is a study by Felipe Medeiros showing that that the patient's baseline mean sensitivity, in other words, how much damage they have to their visual field at the start of their disease, influences how fast their quality of life decreases over time. So their baseline, not change, their baseline damage is, the more they get worse over time. We also showed that that another variable, their gait speed, decreased more in people with severe visual field damage. So in other words, if you had worse vision at baseline, your gait speed or some of your physical function parameters decreased more quickly. Well, how do you go about fixing this? Well, I think it's all the times the understanding that we need to really address some of these problems is quite complex. So this is one area that we've looked very deeply, which is in falls, and we did a study called the Falls and Glaucoma Study, where we wanted to look at how best to measure falls and also to find addressable risk factors for falls as well. We had several hypotheses. The first was that falls weren't really being analyzed correctly because they didn't incorporate the probable rate denominator, and this was a true finding. So in other words, if you look at the association of age with crashes, what you find is that if you look at the number of crashes per calendar year, people who are older actually have fewer crashes, suggesting that they drive more safely. On the other hand, if you look at how many crashes these older individuals have per mile, they crash much more. So in other words, these people are worse drivers, but they appear safer because they don't drive as much. We wanted to look at the same thing with regards to falls, and so we wanted to look at falls per time and falls per step taken, so a very similar analogy. And we did this as part of a study where we had people prospectively report their falls data. We called them to find out the circumstances of their falls. Every year we had them wear an accelerometer to see how much physical activity they did, and also a cellular tracker to see where that activity occurred. Of course, we measured their vision, and we even went into their home to look at their home. And what we found is that there were very different results when we analyzed falls per year or falls per step. That poor vision was associated with more falls per step, but not more falls per year. And in fact, we see a discrepancy between falls per step and falls per year for many other variables, including age, gender, and race, but maybe not for some other things such as comorbid illness or polypharmacy. So I think the point is that you really need to consider falls and physical activity at the same time. Well, how do we address some of these functional consequences, and how do we go about it? Well, there's really no single solution to any of these problems, and this includes reading in people who have glaucoma. This is one study that we did, which actually looked at the specific areas that people had the most reading difficulty with their glaucoma. So it was a rush analysis where you put persons on a scale of difficulty, and you put the items that they were being asked to do or questioned about on the same scale. So what you see here is that these items that are at the top are the items which are most difficult for people. And what you see is that things that require sustained effort or which need to be done in the dark tend to be the most difficult, such as like reading a menu. And so one aspect of reading better is to improve room lighting or to bring a portable light source. And some people who have a lot of glaucoma, when you put a lot of light, then you actually wash out their text. And so that doesn't work that well either. And so in that case, you can actually switch the polarity or use an electronic reader, which modifies or reverses this contrast. And if things are really bad, for example, if they have an absolute central or paracentral scotoma, sometimes you even need to go to auditory books or things of that nature. Addressing driving is very complex. Fortunately, in India, you may not have the same need to drive, or maybe a lot of people don't feel comfortable to drive, so it may be easier, at least for people with means, to hire a driver. But, you have to first ask, are they legal to drive? And if they are legal, you have to ask if they're safe to drive. And if they are, sometimes we need to help people by, in terms of maximizing their acuity, dealing with lighting, allowing them to drive in simpler situations. But if they're not safe to drive or they're not legal to drive, then I think we have to be asking about this and helping convince them either through a rehabilitation effort or a family discussion or even an evaluation by a specialist about whether to really convince them that this is not a good idea for them or those around them. Solutions to inactivity may depend on what the patient is motivated to do. So I actually try and convince my glaucoma patients to exercise by telling them this data that actually can lower their IOP as part of the study that was done by Goldberg, Elliott, and Ben Buskirk, showing that IOP went down after a 12-week conditioning program. And then also that exercise has been shown to protect the optic nerve in mice when you raise the eye pressure. In an older mouse, you see that the ERG is affected, but if you exercise an older mouse, you can protect against it. And we showed in a longitudinal study that greater physical activity was associated with slower visual field damage. Of course, increasing activity needs to be practical. You can use walking aids. You have to convince them to do a little bit more, so not necessarily going from sedentary to heavy exercise, but moving up gradually, and going to the gym or walking outside may not always be practical. Well, how about falls? It's not always obvious how to address these, and so oftentimes you have to focus on specific items. So, one thing that we thought would be the real reason that people with glaucoma fell was their balance. And we did find indeed that if you look at people's balance with their eyes open, having removed their proprioception with the foam pad, that people with glaucoma, worse glaucoma, swayed more. In other words, the worse their visual field damage, the more they swayed. On the other hand, and in addition to that, glaucoma patients also had gait abnormalities. So people who had worse visual field damage had a wider base of support, and they were also more variable from step to step with regards to their base of support, their stride length, and their stride velocity. But these were not the reasons that individuals fell. So, in other words, if you do a mediation analysis where you look at the association of vision with falls after accounting for balance, you can see that this association with vision is preserved. It's also preserved if you include gait or if you include gait variability. So in other words, these gait or balance measures are not why people with poor vision fall. That doesn't mean that they may not be able to help people if they do have poor vision, though. We also looked at whether factors which produce falls were due to circumstances, and we didn't find that people with glaucoma fell for kind of the same reasons as somebody without glaucoma. Staying at home is unlikely to improve falls because actually most falls seem to occur away from the home. You can see that this red curve was higher. And also people actually take fewer steps at home. So if you put these two pieces of information together, you found that each step at home is actually more associated with a fall than each step away from the home. In other words, it's more dangerous to fall in the home than it is outside the home. There are specific areas within the home where most people fall, and so these are areas which can be addressed. So these are areas that you might expect that areas where people either spend a lot of time, such as the bathroom or bedroom, or areas which are very dangerous, such as the stairs. And these are also tend to be the areas where we found the most hazards, especially the bathroom and the stairs as well. So I think there are specific home areas where we can tell patients to be more careful and where they should start if they want to keep their homes more safe. You would think, well, don't people do this by themselves already? And what we found is that patients at risk for falls do not seem to alter their homes for safety. In other words, if you look at people with normal vision, moderate glaucoma, or severe glaucoma, the number of hazards they have in different areas of their home is exactly the same. And so they don't seem to, so they're probably going to need help to make home alterations to improve their safety. And nor do they modify their lighting in their home. So in other words, they don't seem to be correcting things for themselves. Well, are these things going to help? We did not find that hazards were more associated with falls in our study of glaucoma patients. But what we did find is that better lighting was associated with fewer falls. So in other words, the rate of falling in a room went down as the lighting in that room improved, suggesting that this is a very tangible way to keep people safer. And so we recommend that people increase their lighting to 300 lux if possible. So the take-home messages of the talk are really that our work allows people to read, move about, and remain active. And it's critical to advertise these messages to our stakeholders and to create systems of care for those we can't cure. Thank you for listening today, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you so much. And I would request Professor Surjit Singh, Professor Jagatram, Professor Pandav to present the plaque virtually. And I did request Dr. Pradeep to receive it virtually as well. So I hope we'll see that. Can we have his virtual receipt?
Thank you very much for presenting me with this very kind award, which I received in the mail just the other day. I'm very honored to accept this award and to give my presentation for the 16th Annual Founders Day. I regret I couldn't be there in person, but I hope I have a chance to meet many or all of you soon.
Thank you. As we conclude the program, I request Professor Usha Singh to please deliver the vote of thanks, ma'am.
Respected Professor Surjit Singh, sir, Professor Jagatram, Dr. M.R. Dogra, Professor Pandav, our esteemed speakers, guest faculty, residents and staff, it is indeed a proud privilege to extend a vote of thanks. On behalf of the Advanced Eye Center, PGI, I thank our chief guest, Professor Surjit Singh, for sparing his valuable time out of his busy schedule. Sir, you have always been very supporting to us. Thank you very much, sir. Our respected guest of honor, former director, Dr. Jagatram, thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion. We extend a special thanks to Dr. Pradeep Ramulu for delivering his Founders Day lecture on impact of eye diseases on a person disease management, which was highly motivating. We are extremely grateful and thankful to Dr. Samar Basak for gracing the occasion and delivering the N.D. Lakhanpal lecture on corneal blindness and current challenges in India. We are honored to have Dr. Rajiv Raman, Dr. George Puthuran, Dr. Aparna Subramaniam, and Dr. Ashwin Gandhi as our esteemed online speakers on this special day in the history of Advanced Eye Center. We express our gratitude to our respected teacher, Professor Mod Gupta, former Dean PGI, founder of the Advanced Eye Center, and Professor Emeritus for his vision, encouragement, and appreciation. We are deeply indebted to all the staff of Advanced Eye Center, including faculty, senior and junior resident doctors, nursing staff, office staff, and others who have always been by our side in conducting this meeting. This program would not have been possible without the meticulous planning and extreme hard work of Mr. Deepak and our office team. We are thankful to the audiovisual team, Mr. Mehta, photography team, horticultural department, departments of engineering and sanitation, PRO, and security for their unconditional support. We thank all our colleagues and friends for joining us virtually who inspire us to organize such activities, and we assure them that it will be a great learning and enjoyable experience for them every time. Above all, we thank Raymond Pharmaceuticals for providing us all the necessary support, without which this event would not have been possible. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request all of you to rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone, and I request all to join us for tea in the lawns. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
पहले बता भी करता हूँ कि ऐसे होगा
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Good afternoon, everybody. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Usha, faculty at Advanced Eye Center, and my colleagues on the chair are Professor Amit Gupta and Dr. Jaspreet Sukija. Please take the dais, Dr. Amit and Dr. Jaspreet. I welcome all the guest faculty speakers and all the doctors and researchers who are here seeking knowledge to this important session organized for the 16th Founders Day CME. This session is for 1.5 hours and we have 5 eminent speakers who will be giving their talks for 15 minutes each. We have exciting talks lined up, and first is the prestigious ND Lakhanpal lecture. And every year this is given to a very eminent ophthalmologist, and this year it has been awarded to
Dr. Samar Basak, a renowned cornea surgeon, Director Disha Eye Hospital, Kolkata. He will be delivering his lecture on corneal blindness and current challenges in India. A proper introduction to the awardee, the Lakhanpal Lecture Awardee, will be a bit later. This year, we all have heard about pattern recognition retinal imaging modalities and its implementation in retinal diseases such as diabetic retinopathy, ROP, and AMD. This talk will be delivered by Dr. Rajiv Raman, a prominent vitreoretinal surgeon from Shankar Netralaya. The next talk will be Dr. George Uthuran, Head of Glaucoma Services at Arvind Madurai, who has developed the low-cost glaucoma drainage developed in India. This will be followed by Dr. Aparna's talk. She is an alumnus of our institute, the brightest we've had. She followed her passion in retinoblastoma and pediatric ophthalmology in the United States. She will talk about her journey of retinoblastoma. The concluding talk will be by Dr. Rashmin Gandhi, a well-known neuro-ophthalmologist of our country. He will talk on science to look for neuro-ophthalmology. I now would like to introduce Dr. N.D. Lakhalpal. Nee, where's that photograph gone? इनका photograph लगाइए. Dr. N.D. Lakhanpal was born on September 21st, 1918 at Gurdaspur, Punjab. After graduating from Medical College, Amritsar, he served as a senior medical officer at Awali Hospital, Bahrain for about 32 years, till his retirement in 1979 when he returned to Chandigarh for good. Dr. Lakhanpal's life can be summarized in a simple and yet very powerful slogan which he practiced all his life. That is service before self. He was a true gentleman, most humble, self-sacrificing, and giving to all. He provided free medical care to the poor and the needy till his last days at his clinic in Chandigarh. Dr. Lakhanpal was very much interested in ophthalmology and practiced general ophthalmology for his group at Awali Hospital. His interest in eye diseases persuaded him to encourage his oldest son, Dr. Vinod Lakhanpal, to pursue ophthalmology. Dr. Vinod Lakhanpal is an illustrious alumni of Ophthalmology Department in PGIMER, Chandigarh. Dr. Vinod Lakhanpal, his son and his grandson, Dr. Rohit Lakhanpal, they are eminent retina experts in Baltimore, USA. They are furthering Dr. Lakhanpal's dream in ophthalmology. Both Dr. N.D. Lakhanpal and Vinod Lakhanpal are ardent supporters of PGI and especially ophthalmology department at PGI. It was through their continued efforts to improve ophthalmology at PGI that today it has become a national center of eye diseases. And now, under the able leadership in the ophthalmology department under Professor Amod Gupta, Dr. Jagatram, and Dr. Mangad Dogra, PGI has once again become a premier medical center for eye diseases in India. Dr. Lakhanpal's dream has become a reality. Dr. N.D. Lakhanpal passed away of natural causes in 2006. His family is very pleased to continue his legacy in ophthalmology through this contribution to the Eye Research Foundation of Chandigarh. I would now request Dr. Amit Gupta to introduce the N.D. Lakhanpal Memorial Lecture Awardee, Dr. Samar Basak.
Simon? Different. A very good afternoon, and it indeed gives me very great pleasure to introduce Dr. Samar Basak as the recipient of the prestigious N.D. Lakhanpal Memorial Lecture for the year 2022. And his passion for ophthalmology and for teaching is evident by the fact that
He has left his family on the day of the festival. He arrived here on Holi, and I have lived in the Bengal area for a few years when I was a child, and believe me, it is maybe an even bigger festival how they celebrate it in Bengal than here. So we are really grateful, sir. And he's in fact a great innovator. He's a great surgeon, and he's a great human being. He has a great passion for teaching. And just for the sake of our residents and our MCHs, people interested in cornea and faculty, we will have a surgical workshop on DMAC, which will be conducted by Dr. Samar Basak, and it will be relayed here. So I think it's a great opportunity for all the residents to watch him in action, and I think it will be very enjoyable. And just something about him, he is the founder director of the Disha Eye Hospitals, one of the founder directors. I think there are 4 members, sir, which are there. But starting from a smaller hospital, they have carried it up to institute of national repute, especially for as far as cornea services are concerned. I think it is perhaps one of the best training and transplant centers in the country. And Dr. Samar Basak has received so many awards, and I've seen his videos. If you go even on YouTube, you'll see fantastic surgeries. Some people make videos which are very flashy, lots of music, this, that, cartoons. His videos are pure action, pure surgical. That's what I found, and he receives an award on that. That's like really big credit, I think. So yeah, it deserves a clap. So he has received 9 awards from AIOS. Professor L.P. Agarwal, Professor I.S. Jain Oration, Senior Achievement Award, very difficult to get. I think very few people in India are having the Senior Achievement Award of the American Academy, which he got way back in 2015. The Best of Show Video Awards 5 times in the AIO, so we can just imagine what his surgical skills are like. Best of Paper on Cornea in American Academy, Best Video Award, and he has written 8 books and 46 papers in peer-reviewed journals, which is fantastic. And his special keen interest is endothelial keratoplasty. He started doing DSEC way back, and he always had his own way of doing it. He said, I do it my way. And I found that was the most practical, simple, and easy to learn way. And we have followed his videos and learned so much from them. So, and of course, he was one of the pioneers of DMAC in India, and he has devised so many easy techniques and which work very well in our scenario, and they're economical, not too expensive. So, and his hobby is ophthalmophilately. I think he has coined the term. Ophthalmophilately is something which is, and it's a stamps on ophthalmology, and I think he has a beautiful collection. So, sir, welcome to Chandigarh, and we are really indeed honored to that you are the recipient of the N.D. Lakhanpal Memorial Lecture. We look forward to your talk, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit, for your kind introduction, and I'm feeling humble and honored to have this lecture with you and share my knowledge. I'm grateful to Professor Pandab and all the faculties, all are my friends, and Professor Jagatram was also our friend for a long period of time. So I'll be sharing some thoughts of corneal blindness in India and some solution and some challenges. I do not have any financial interest on it. So if you see the latest data, this is RAP study 2015 to 19 and published in September 19. Corneal blindness is the second most cause of blindness after cataract surgery. If you look back 20 years back, this study was published from Aravind Eye Hospital, and there in the first line they have written that it is second only to cataract surgery of overall importance. And if you see that ocular trauma and corneal ulceration are the significant cause of corneal blindness and may be responsible for 1.5 to 2 million 20 years back per year. So what are the common causes of corneal blindness in India? Infectious keratitis number 1, then pseudophakic bullous keratopathy or post-cataract surgery corneal edema, hereditary dystrophies corneal ectasia, corneal injuries open globe chemical or thermal, trachoma, vitamin. These all three have different color code because they are less common nowadays. Those are rampant in our PG days. So if you see the infective keratitis in India, there are variety of images we see every day. And if you try to analyze the data, this was the only publication from Madurai way back during that period only, 113 per 100,000 person per year. If you extrapolate that data with the current scenario, every year India is having 1.44 million corneal ulcer per year. Huge figure. We see a lot of cases in our Gangetic West Bengal, the paddy field dominated areas, and especially poor people, farmers. Then if you see the post-cataract corneal edema or frank bullous keratopathy, the incidence literature says 0.1 to 0.5%. And you know that PBK occurs both from masters and learner. Masters because they want to try a new machine or new technique on, and learner always they will have this kind of problem. And you know the India, we do actually 6.5 million cataract surgery every year. And if you take 0.2%, that means every year we are producing 13,000 PBK per year. Lot of patients are there to play for DSEC and DMEC. Then coming to other hereditary dystrophies, there are plenty of dystrophies, all are there in India. And you know that granular, Avellino, Rees-Buckler, congenital hereditary endothelial dystrophy, lattice, macular, and of course Fuchs is there. But there is no data available in Indian context. But if we consider the endothelial keratoplasty part, the Fuchs dystrophy contributes 15 to 20% of all transplants in India. In West Bengal, the incidence is higher. In my series, we have published our series about maybe 600 cases and it is 38%. And they presents as a primary endothelial decompensation or as post-cataract surgery corneal edema or PBK, missed before cataract surgery by the comprehensive ophthalmologist. Macular dystrophy we also see higher in our part of the country. It often depends on consanguineal marriage and other things are also. But granular lattice are less common in India. Then coming to ectasia, we know because of screening, because of refractive surgery, there is more detection of corneal ectasia. We have keratoconus, we have keratoglobus, post-LASIK ectasia, we are adding into it, and pellucid marginal degeneration. But the keratoconus data, globally Indian data is totally different. So global data says that 50 to 130 per 100,000 population, overall annual incidence is 2.2% per 100,000 population. But in last 2 or 3 decades, the keratoconus detection is much more higher because we have a better sensitive diagnostic tools which was not there earlier. But if you consider what is the incidence, there is only one good data is available from India. What is the In India, it is 2,300 per 100,000 population, and this was done by Central India study by Binoy Nangia et al. This is a valid data. So keratoconus in India is a huge data. So we have to, again, lot of corneal blindness because of keratoconus, and you know that keratoconus, vernal conjunctivitis, and allergic disease or atopy all are interrelated, and if you get a child with VKC or atopy with keratoconus, we know that after a certain period of time that child will become blind. Injuries, the open globe and chemical injuries, every day we see such cases. Alkali burn is more dangerous, more common in children because of tuna. And we are just recently, because many places, the PGs, they don't learn how to put sutures because there is no era of ECC, conventional ECC and 5 sutures. Even I know the RP center, they don't teach plain ECC. So that means they are not learning. Maybe 1 or 2 PGs who get a chance in the emergency, they don't know how to handle a 10-0 suture or how to tight it, how emergency it is. So complacent attitude by the junior colleagues, and for that there is delayed intervention, and we know that if the patients come after 3 days, that will be endophthalmitis, and your repair is also non-repairable. Trachoma, again coming back. This RAP study was previous study. If you see the data, that Uttarakhand, Rajasthan, the children below 10 years of age, trachoma is coming back. And you know that eye-seeking flies is the most common agent, environmental factor is there. So trachoma we have to see in near future. Vitamin A deficiency, because of extended immunization program, the government is covering very nicely. Normally we do not see vitamin A deficiency. In our era, commonest cause of corneal blindness was number 1, vitamin A deficiency. But now we see only a few cluster in some community because they don't also take measles vaccine or other vaccines. At the same time, they are not taking the vitamin A. So we see some cluster sometimes. So not a big issue. So in the solution one, that it is the prevention, because we know that huge burden of corneal blindness, and prevention is of course least costly and it is long term. So prevention is the main concern. So if you see the list of preventable, corneal ulcer is largely preventable, open globe injury and chemical burn, we know that tuna injury largely preventable, injury during festive season like in Diwali and Holi, we see lot of corneal blindness, we can restrict that. Post cataract, it is also to some extent it can be prevalent. Of course, vitamin A, trachoma, now onchocerciasis is not a part of our disease in our country. So if you see the corneal ulcer prevention, this study was, lot of studies was done by M. Srinivasan and their group, and they have done in different sample in different part of the, like in Nepal, Bhutan, Burma, and of course in India. They have shown that in a field, if there is an injury, and if you use 2 ointments, chloramphenicol and itraconazole for 3 days, 3 times daily, and the compliance of putting those ointment by the village level worker volunteers, and the incidence of corneal ulcer can be reduced by 78% from that same field. They have control in 1 arm, they have shown that, and many places these practices are going on, especially in southern India, these are going on. So this is one way you can have the ulcer prevention, because we know that corneal ulcer, a fungal corneal ulcer, cost is more than a phaco surgery. It is more than 20,000 bucks to treat a corneal ulcer of fungal origin or acanthamoebal origin. It may be 30,000 to 40,000 medically only. I am not talking about the surgical part. And this simple device of 50 rupees, and this study was published. We have also studied this. We have not published, but we have a typical few villages. We used to give them free of cost this 50 rupees site cover, but they do not like to use the dark one, the transparent one. So this is the previous scenario, and this is the during harvesting season. This paddy actually flies when they thrash like this or motorized, it flies like this and hit the eye, and it contains mostly aspergillus. So you see that the corneal ulcer can be reduced up to 90%. So huge level of work you can do with simple 50 rupees glasses. Cataract surgery, and this is a debatable issue, but proper training, supervised training, use of OVDs properly for hard and suprahard cataract, screening of endothelial dystrophies before surgery, and difficult cataract cases. I think the time is there. Still, senior surgeons should do the most difficult cataract, because cataract is the wonderful surgery. You can give the best possible vision to that patient. A novice doing a suprahard cataract, and Jagatram sir is doing the same cataract, the outcome will be different. So we should respect that. Then trachomatis, you see that recently this study is started in North India with RP Center WHO collaboration to diagnose TT and T. TT is trachomatis trichiasis, T trachomatis entropion in 11 state, 164 district, and they will detect early this and they will do the surgery. So their idea is to detect those previous studies and try to find out and employ the safe strategies, safe S for surgery trichiasis entropion, A for azithromycin mass prophylaxis, F for facial cleanliness, and E for environment and sanitation. And you know that tuna, holy, and this firecracker all are dangerous, and role of parents' education is much more important in this. We have tried from our Cornea Society, from EBI to sell this kind of tuna packet it has not happened. So these are challenges. The solution too is the keratoplasty. So prevention is the main solution, because we will have less number of cases, keratoplasty, but we need donor cornea and robust eye banking support, and of course cornea surgeon training. So this is the global scenario, that you see that only 82 countries have eye banks, and 116 countries are doing keratoplasty, but there is a huge backlog. One cornea available for every 70 patients. So it is so scarce that many people just they do not want to donate their eyes. Their family members are not. And India, what is the scenario? 1.2 million blindness. Bilateral is 60%, and we know that only 8 to 10% will be benefited by corneal transplantation. And there is a calculation that in India we need to perform 100,000 keratoplasty by the year 2020, and now it is 2022. And for that, if you consider that 50% utilization, so we need 200,000 cornea for this keratoplasty. But this figure again debatable, that new patient every year we do not know. It is probably between 50 to 60,000 or maybe more. But currently we are doing 35 to 40,000 keratoplasty. I am talking about pre-pandemic figure. In last 23 years, eye banks in India, they have collected 7 lakhs plus cornea and utilizes close to 3 lakhs corneas. However, this initial utilization was 40%. Now it is between 45 to 80%. But in pandemic, as I said, it drastically down. Your iBank also showing the same figure, less than 50% in last 2 years. So that is again a challenge, how to revive those activity of iBanks and got back to your figure in 2018 or 19. It will take another 3, 4, 5 years. We do not know. So you know that this gentleman 117 years back did the first human penetrating keratoplasty, Edward Zam. And first cornea was used from a living donor. It is absolutely banned nowadays. After 150 years, the next 50 years, there is no much technique change or not much happened. But currently, of all transplant surgeries, including heart, lung, kidney, liver, corneal transplants are the most common and most successful at the rate of 90 to 95% success rate. And you know, the last 50 years, over the globe, it has done more than 1 million keratoplasty surgery between 9 days to 100 years patient. And last 20 years are the era of lamellar keratoplasty or customized component keratoplasty. So if you divide the cornea in different zone, so we have the full thickness PK, we have anterior lamellar keratoplasty, we have deep anterior lamellar keratoplasty, and we have posterior lamellar keratoplasty. Now this terminology is not there now, whether it may be a dissect or demake. This is endothelial keratoplasty, this is anterior lamellar keratoplasty, and you have full thickness keratoplasty. A lot of new terminologies has come, and this actually every day, and we have something like therapeutic keratoplasty, and we have artificial cornea, full thickness keratoprosthesis, and also tectonic and patch grafts are there. So different kind of keratoplasties are there to treat this different type of corneal blindness. So if you have like this child, full thickness, you go for PK. If anterior lamella, you go for DALK. If you have posterior lamella, only edema is there, you can go for endothelial keratoplasty. Overall, the optical and both penetrating type usually, but therapeutic PK is much more challenging than plain optical, because plain optical is, so to say, it is simpler surgery, but therapeutic PK is always more challenging. You get a lot of unexpected thing happens. And the goal of therapy in both the cases are different, outcomes are different, also the complications are different. So if you have this beautiful outcome, if you have a central corneal opacity, you do very good penetrating keratoplasty, you have patient reasonably doing well for next 15, 20, 25 years without. But in case of children, it is actually challenge. You have to rehabilitate that particular child over a period of time, and graft failure is much, much higher in those. But therapeutic PK is always, challenging, much more challenging. This is my special patient from Bangladesh. I think 10 years or 11 years back, evisceration advised that I did emergency therapeutic PK. PR was, and because anyway, I had to do no evisceration in that case, and patient was 17 years. So therapeutic PK done on emergency basis at 9 o'clock at night, 9 p.m. at night, and you see the same one keratoplasty is going up to 9 years, 10 years now. And that girl used to visit me every year, and somebody was saying therapeutic PK kar lenge, koi baat nahi hai. Nahi, therapeutic PK is also, you can give beautiful result if you done it right time with a good tissue, and not necessarily you need to have a bad quality tissue for therapeutic PK. So you get good, and then you will feel like God, that you are giving something to the patient. So this is actually gratifying of doing a therapeutic keratoplasty. And DAL causes, you know that this is superficial. This is just, we keep the patient's own endothelium and DM, so that only we replace the anterior up to the stroma of the, and you know that there is no, if you do a good DAL, there is least interface problem. The patient visual acuity is as good as like a penetrating keratoplasty, but the gut survival is like 15, 20, 25, 30, even for lifelong that way. So DALK is a beautiful surgery, but I am telling you it is the most difficult surgery in keratoplasty. Other surgery will learn, but DALK, it is so much unpredictable. Every surgery is unpredictable. So, but if sometimes you have to perform in like this kind of central dermoid and you see that fixation reflex, and you have to rehabilitate if you do a keratoplasty in a children. Then now the era of EK, endothelial keratoplasty, there are two groups, EK, DSEC or DMEC, but the two most common indication, as I said earlier, that PBK or FECD, Fuchs endothelial corneal dystrophy, and simplify for this is actually DSEC, so you donor cornea posterior 80 to 100 micron, you take out the, strip out the DM, disease DM, endothelium from the recipient, you just add. Whereas in DMEC, it is just 14 micron versus 14 micron. It is just like that. It is naturally most physiological, most anatomical, and most visually rewarding operation. So the DSEC and DMEC. So, and if you see the same patient, this is DMEC, this is, even on day 9, you see that such a beautiful picture. So you always feel gratifying in this patient, and it is highly satisfying for both the patients and for the treating corneal surgeon. So always you want more to give to the patient, and you always expect that your level of work should go higher and higher. The keratoprosthesis is the very last option in this extreme cases of cornea. Also, we call it artificial cornea transplantation, where we know that conventional, any type of keratoplasty will invariably fail. And it is only limited to the one-eyed person. So if the patient's other eye is normal, you should not go for it. Surgery is difficult and follow-up is much more difficult. So Boston K-Pro 1 is the most popular for wet eyes. We have Indian counterpart made by Orolab, little less price. But you have this type of cornea where we know that nothing will work. If you do a PK will invariably fail after 3-4 months. So this is actually 6 times done PK. And you see that post-RAB and all these things, and the patient is doing fine for 10 years with this window only to see external world. And this is also the various types of titanium plates are available nowadays. But if you have a dry skin like this, skin like cornea, or bad eyelids, then you have to go for other procedure, either OMOKP and tooth for an eye. I don't do anything because it is huge infrastructure. And also we can do Pentucci K-Pro, that is only done by Quresh Muscat in Mumbai, but nobody is doing in the country. I do actually type 2 only. I have only 4 experience. Not, you will not get, when you show the figure to this patient, see one eye thicycle, this patient, this eye is like this, like skin like. So we do K-Pro type 2, but when we show this picture to the patient, pre-operative counseling, patient do not like to go for it, many people. So you don't get patient, follow-up is difficult. And if you see that close-up of this eye is like this. So follow-up 2 years, 6 and 6, patient is enjoying when patient came with this type of eye. So, and these my 2 beautiful ladies. One is my youngest K-Pro and this is my oldest K-Pro type 2. And you see that this is the area where she can see outer world. Only lid is totally complete tarsorrhapy. Only this window is open, optic, and this beautiful smile. And this eye, going for 11 years, 636 vision, congenital aphakia with aniridia, etc. Other eye is just only PR accurate vision, but she is studying and now she is lady of almost 13, 14 years age, so she is doing absolutely fine. So keratoplasty post-op care, treatment and follow-up is very important. We know the post-op care are different in different types of keratoplasty. You say the suture removal right time for PK, therapeutic PK or DALC is very important. And you know the steroids used strong, then weaker for years after years. Systemic immune suppression in high risk cases. Then you know the rejection rate of PK is around 15%, DSEC is 7%, DMEC is around 2%, DALC is less than only stromal but easily convertible. Identify early rejection episode and treat them as RSVP, all the abbreviation in cornea surgery, and education of the patients and family member for follow-up compliance. This is so important. I am telling you this last 2 years, March to March, 2 years, I have more than 60, I am presenting one paper to American Academy, more than 60 patients, they lost their eyes because they could not visit me. They could not get the steroid drops after the first year because everything was shut down. So steroid off for 1 month is sufficient to cause rejection, nobody's fault. When the patient presented me after 7-8 months, nothing, total corneal edema. So I lost almost 60 patients. So follow-up compliance is very important for keratoplasty, and it is the key to success of any of the keratoplasties, whether you do DALC, you do K-Pro, everything. And this is my one of the favorite slide I always share with my juniors and colleagues and students. This, remember this, surgery, little small circle. Case selection, bigger circle, but follow-up is the large circle. So I give analogy with life. It's just like marriage. Small part of the whole story of your life. Small part, 1 day, 2 hours, 3 hours, job done. That is the surgery. Surgery is done. And you will easily learn the surgery. Like you can sit on marriage ceremonial. Case selection, that means partner selection, has a little bigger. So you have to choose the right partner who will come to you for follow-up. Follow-up is so important. Suppose you get a keratoplasty, डॉक्टर साहब कर दो, ये keratoplasty है, हमारा पास पैसा है, कर दो. आपकी 1 महीना बाद आएंगे हमारे पास. Because follow-up is so important for K-Pro or any keratoplasty. It is not just do and no follow-up. Like cataract surgery, you don't need follow-up after 7 days, 1 month, forget it. So unless you have an interest for the other eye. So this is the second part. And third part is follow-up or keeping the honeymooning period for a longer period of time is the biggest challenge. So if you want to keep your honeymooning part forever, so you have to go for follow-up. So my hospital, our locality, Bengal, the only advantage I get that outside, people are not interested in doing keratoplasty. Even lot of fellows are sitting at the dada aapko paas bhej denge. That is the beauty. So where they will come for follow-up, they come for follow-up. So you have to make a very good networking of follow-up. Unless you have ABCD, this city, that city, so you can, so this is a big deal actually, follow-up. So take home message is, in India we have many corneal blindness, highest in the world. As per Vision 2020, we need to perform 100,000 keratoplasty every year. Currently we are doing around 40,000. Cornea fellowship program is available in many institutions. Challenges are there in prevention, treatment and follow-up. We need plenty of cornea surgeon, like the calculation said, if we got 1,000 corneal surgeon doing 100 keratoplasty per year, we can touch 100,000 keratoplasty every year. Keratoplasty surgery is not at all difficult. Mindset is very important. It is very highly satisfying and rewarding with good follow-up care. Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Samar Basak, sir, for sharing this journey of corneal blindness evolution, all the challenges and the solutions. At this juncture, I would like to invite Professor Pandav to give a plaque, and I would request Professor Jagatram and Professor Dogra to join us for this.
तो सीधी लगा
Hello everyone. Now we are moving on to our next session, and after that, wonderful talk by Dr. Samar Basak. I mean, who left us spellbound with the amount of work he's doing. I mean, no words can describe those. We move on to our next session, and the next session is, we have 4 eminent speakers here, and the first one is Dr. Rajiv Raman, who's a senior vitreoretinal surgeon from Sankar Netralaya, and he's done his MBBS from Indore, his MS from Gujarat, and before he was awarded the FRCS from Edinburgh. I mean, he's done a lot of work in diabetic retinopathy, which we can see from his accolades and the research work he's done. I mean, he almost has 20 years of experience in performing VR surgeries, and he's initiated one of the first comprehensive programs for screening for diabetic retinopathy in India. He's a pioneer in teleophthalmology and has collaborated with Google, where he validated an automatic retinopathy detection algorithm, which was published in JAMA. So he's got almost close to 400 publications, and the amount of work which he's done is mainly on retinopathy, a lot of work on diabetic retinopathy. His model of diabetic retinopathy screening has been adopted by several institutes globally. And just to name a few of his accomplishments, I mean, he's received the ARVO Young Investigators Award in Singapore. And of course, the other one, like late Dr. B.N. Srivastava Award for his research work in India. He's published close to 40 books and 19 chapters, including some in Ryan's retina, which is an accomplishment. So I will now invite Dr. Rajiv Raman to please give his talk.
Good afternoon. It's a real pleasure being here on the 16th Founders Day program of PGI Chandigarh. It's my pleasure and honor to give a guest lecture in this prestigious meeting.
Good afternoon. Next couple of minutes I will be sharing my thoughts on AI for diabetic retinopathy, how we can manage DR better, and some examples of really implementing AI in our real life. So, what AI can do as far as medical field is concerned, it are mainly used for 2 things. One is to automate repetitive tasks. These are the things we all can do, but it's not a good use of our time, and there aren't enough ophthalmologists in the world to do these tasks. That is the screening. So it can be used to automate repetitive tasks or find new signals.
New signals are the things which we cannot do, like prediction. So, because prediction is the cornerstone of prevention. As far as diabetic retinopathy is concerned, it is used, the first task, the automated repetitive task is used for screening retinopathy, diagnosing the stages of diabetic retinopathy, classifying OCT abnormality, classifying whether it is center involving or non-center involving diabetic macular edema. And if you look at the new signals, the predictions, in diabetic retinopathy, people have started using it for predicting OCT thickness by retinal images, predicting progression of DR, predicting other microangiopathies, the response to treatment, and also in some cases we can predict the systemic abnormalities using retinal images. The screening of DR and diagnosis of DR, it's usually using AI for retinal images and then it gives the diagnosis. So, what do the diabetic retinopathy screening guidelines say regarding the use of AI for diabetic retinopathy screening? So, in 2020, American Diabetic Association, they included AI systems for screening more than mild NPDR with DME. And they suggested that you can use any FDA approved device and it can be an alternative to a traditional screening approach. However, they said that we really don't know how we can optimally utilize these AI algorithms. And they also suggested that whatever findings you get, it needs to be transmitted to a referring healthcare professional. They went ahead telling that when not to use AI for DR screening, so the patients who already are known to have diabetic retinopathy, they are on retinopathy treatment and they have symptoms of visual impairment. These are the patients, these class of patients, it's better to do an in-person evaluation rather than using AI. Even the AIOS and BRSI consensus statement on diabetic retinopathy screening has now included AI for diabetic retinopathy screening. And as there is no legal framework, AIOS and BRSI has suggested that we should grade all those which have been ascertained as referable by AI algorithm, and a subset, nearly 10% of them, even though the AI algorithm has told it to be normal, these set of images should be seen by an ophthalmologist. Are these AI algorithms accurate? So this was the first paper, a study which was done by Shankar Netralaya, Arvinda Institute and Google, which was published in 2016. The pioneering work, the first publication which suggested that deep learning algorithms can be used for diabetic retinopathy screening. I'm happy to share that JAMA had judged this article as one of the top 10 articles of the decade. After that, there have been various algorithms, there have been a series of them which have been published, developed, validated and used. And the good thing is the accuracies of most of them seem to be reasonably good. That means many of them can be used for clinical practice. So the next question comes, what to look for in an algorithm when you are planning to select it? So need to look into the way it has been developed. Need to see how many number of images were used in the training set. In the Google study, we had shown that nearly 60,000 images, after training through 60,000 images, the performance of the algorithm didn't change if we increase the training set. How was the ground truth asserted? In computer jargon, it is often told that no garbage in and garbage out. So if the ground truth ascertainment has been done bad, the AI algorithm will not do well. There are various ways of assessing ground truth, a single grader versus multiple grader, which can be a majority grade or it can be what we call as an educated grade or primary, secondary and tertiary grader. Whether the algorithm was trained using mydriatic or a non-mydriatic image, because you want to know what is the circumstance you will use your screening and based on that you will tend to use these algorithms. Whether the algorithm was trained on a single field versus multiple field, because when you are doing the screening, it depends how many fields you want to take. So basically you select the algorithm depending on the circumstances you want to use it for the intended screening. Is it camera dependent? Is the performance of the algorithm better on some cameras? And this was one of the work which we did with government of Thailand and Google. So we implemented AI screening across the whole country. They had nearly 9 types of cameras which were used, and we assessed whether the performance of AI algorithm changes with the type of camera. We found that if the image is gradable, the AI algorithm seems to work similar across various cameras. This is one of our study which we did in a Smart India study, prospective study across 20 sites. We wanted to know the existing DR cameras, the fundus cameras. Many of them have an inbuilt AI, how good they are. So we used the Zeiss Visual Health AI algorithm. We wanted to know how good it is for grading non-mydriatic retinal image, which is captured by field workers using these handheld cameras, non-dilated pupil versus the human graders. So the study was done across 20 sites, and good number, nearly 60,000 images were used in this study, and all these images were graded by 3 people. The primary grade was at site, which was done by a trained grader, secondary grader at the reading center, and tertiary grader by a senior ophthalmologist at the reading center. And we tried looking at referable DR. Referable DR was anything more than moderate NPDR, non-referable, which was mild and no DR, and ungradable images which could not be graded. And these are the results. So if you look at gradability task using AI, it was pretty good in determining, quite sensitive in determining whether the image would be gradable or not. However, the performance of this varied with age group and with visual acuity. That also gave us some idea that probably the eyes which don't have much pathologies, the gradability seems to, the algorithm seems to work better. As far as hospital referral task was concerned, the hospital referral was referable diabetic retinopathy plus the ungradables. The sensitivity specificities were nearly 70 to 80%. And again, it is different among different sites and different with the age groups and the category of visual impairment. There are certain things which people are trying to improve the efficiency of AI algorithms for DR screening. This was one of our work where we tried classifying the gradability using non-mydriatic camera. The Zeiss one was trained using a dilated images. So here we use non-mydriatic retinal images to train the algorithm to find whether it is gradable or not. And we gave a couple of features to suggest that these are ungradable images. We had 2 graders, and this is the 5-fold cross validation ROC curves for them. And we did find that the algorithm is performing pretty good. How it can be used in clinical care? We can use it whenever we are planning diabetic retinopathy screening with non-mydriatic camera. The AI algorithm can actually classify whether it will be gradable and non-gradable. And if it is non-gradable, it can prompt the photographer to retake the image so that the quality of image improves. More recently, people have been using wide field images for diabetic retinopathy screening. This was a work which we had done, a multicentric work with Hong Kong, and we did show algorithms which can detect sight-threatening retinopathy using wide field with a good accuracy. How these can be implemented in our clinical practice? There are multiple ways. It can be used as a fully automatic or assistive mode. Fully automatic is usually by the physicians who are very less knowledge about retinopathy grading, where AI gives the diagnosis, or assistive mode, especially anterior segment doctors, where the image is uploaded, the ophthalmologist grades, and then an AI result is shown to them, so that based on that they may or may not change the result. This is a small video which shows the performance or use of AI. Images are uploaded by the optometrist. The optometrist slotting, once images are accurately classified, the dilated image, the wave of cataract, and then the patient goes to ophthalmologist to ask the question. On this, we images are seen, graded, and they also get a chance to see the AI grade, and based on that, the report is generated. This is the Shankanetralaya experience of using DR, the initial experience. It seems to mirror our JAMA paper. The performance in real time seems to be same. We also used one of the algorithm which was developed at Korea. It was basically, we used it in the glaucoma clinic. Can we reduce the referral? So this is one way you can use in the clinic to reduce the referral, for unnecessary referrals from different departments. So this was the work which we had done with Government of Thailand, Google and Shankanetralaya. We validated the Google algorithm to be used for a nationwide screening program which was published in Nature Digital Medicine. Subsequently, this is more recently, about 2 weeks back, the real-time implementation of the AI algorithm for diabetic retinopathy screening, and it showed that there are socio-economical factors and workflows which should be considered when you are implementing it for a large-scale retinopathy screening. It can be used for classifying OCT abnormalities. So this is one of the good study which classified it into center involving and non-center involving. Can we predict OCT thickness? So coming on to the prediction model, so there can be a couple of ways you can use it, predicting the OCT thicknesses by the retinal images. This is very recently our work, a multicentric validation study of a AI algorithm which was trained using OCT and extrapolated to the fundus photo. So many times in our clinic, we do see patients on fundus photo looks like a center involving diabetic macular edema. However, on OCT, the center is not involved. Conversely, you see sometimes the fundus looks perfectly normal, but if you see the OCT, there is center involving macular edema. So we made an algorithm. The ground truth was taken from OCT and the labeling was done on the fundus photo. So we now have an algorithm which gives a very good idea about the diabetic macular edema, OCT diabetic macular edema, just seeing the fundus photo. So it's a tool which as a human we cannot do. An AI algorithm uses these predictive powers to give an accurate classification. Yes, people have tried using AI algorithms to predict the progression of diabetic retinopathy, a very good work where they tried looking at using baseline fundus photo and the various metadata. It could reasonably well tell whether the image can be, whether the patient will have progression of retinopathy. It can be used to predict other microangiopathies, and this is one of our work where this was a work with Cambridge consultants, where we tried developing and validating a deep learning algorithm system to predict peripheral diabetic retinopathy from retinal images. And this was the training, and this was done using the SNREAMS data set. And you can see the 5-fold cross validation, a beautiful performance of this algorithm. Performance was more, the AUCs were better in people who had presence of diabetic retinopathy. And so we demonstrated for the first time that using diabetic retinal images with people of diabetes, we can predict diabetic neuropathy. This has got an immense implication because we know that in India, nearly 25% of diabetics, they develop ulcers in the lifetime, and if we can predict using fundus photography, nothing like it. People have used to predict the treatment response, and this is one of our ongoing work with Zeiss, where based on OCT and based on clinical data, we are able to predict how much response of anti-VEGF would be there. This is an interesting work by a collaboration with BITS Pilani, where we tried looking at inflammatory markers on OCT, and we thought that can we predict a response to anti-VEGF based on combination of these biomarkers. So this is the architecture which they had made, and if you look at, so we looked into a magnitude of inflammatory markers. We quantified it, gave a scoring for it, and based on that came out with a decision whether there will be a poor response or good response to anti-VEGF. This is the F score or accuracy. So accuracy of nearly, I would say AUC of 0.83. It could predict whether a response, this is based on single injection, more than 10% reduction in central subfield was considered as a response, less than that was considered non-response. This is a small video which shows the same. So you have a chance to upload either the single B scan, or you can even put a stack of B scans. Once these B scans are put into the algorithm, starts generating the reports, the severity score of individual biomarker, inflammatory biomarker, hyperreflective spots, the neurosensory detachment, and all others. And at the end, once this is done, it gives a inflammatory score, overall inflammatory score, and it also gives whether the patient would be a responder or a non-responder, partial responder to anti-VEGF. So this is a tool which is very useful, or it is definitely a useful tool, because in our country, if we already know the anti-VEGF response or inflammatory marker in a more objective manner, the cost of treatment can be dramatically reduced. So these are the various inflammatory markers which are taken into account. And as I told you, this was developed using uveitic macular edema, nearly 1,000 patients' data, and then the algorithm was extrapolated to diabetic macular edema. Another application where people are trying predicting the systemic abnormalities using retinal images, the work done by Google Health, where using retinal image, it could predict a risk of cardiovascular event with a reasonable good accuracy. It could predict whether they will be a smoker, what is their age, gender, and based on all these parameters, it could predict diabetic retinopathy, predict cardiovascular event in future. A more recent work by the Google group, where it could predict presence or absence of diabetes based on external eye images, looks in the paralimbal area, reasonable good accuracies. However, a lot of work has to be done in this field. So how will AI help us to manage diabetic retinopathy better? It will have a role in all screening, diagnosis, and treatment. And definitely, predictions is something which will help us in our clinical care, giving better care to our diabetic retinopathy. And when will it come to the clinic? It is already there. As I told, 2 of these algorithms we are using, and we have seen the transition, how from a digital currency to a credit card, and today we do all our transactions with a digital transaction. It has occurred in just few years. The same way AI is bound to come in future for diabetic retinopathy care. I would like to thank my team and the research team for helping me doing these studies. Thank you once again, and thanks for the beautiful memento which has been given by the Institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Raman. We will move on to the next speaker, and our next speaker is Dr. George Puthuran. Dr. George Puthuran graduated in medicine from Government Medical College, Kottayam, and completed his MS in ophthalmology from Aravind Eye Hospital and Postgraduate Institute of Ophthalmology, Madurai. He joined Aravind Eye Hospital, Madurai as a full-time consultant in 1999 and currently heads the Department of Glaucoma Services there. He is actively involved in teaching and training residents, fellows, and practicing ophthalmologists. His area of research interest is in the use of glaucoma drainage devices in refractive glaucoma. He worked closely with Oro Lab, the manufacturing wing of Aravind Eye Care System, in the evolution and widespread use of an affordable aqueous drainage implant, and has extensively published on its safety and efficacy outcomes. Dr. George Puthuran.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, and I hope I'm audible and my screen is visible.
Yes. Your screen is
Yeah,
visible and you're audible.
Yeah. So this was a slide which was shared to me by Professor Steve Gady, late 2012, and this showed some surgical trends which were very interesting. The uptake of trabeculectomy surgeries for the decade and a half, that is from 1994 to 2010, showed a steady decline over the years, and the number of tube shunt surgeries during the same period had a progressively increase in numbers. You can make out that the scale is different for the two procedures, and trabeculectomy remains the most common procedure performed by the glaucoma surgeon, but still there is a definite change in practice patterns that can be appreciated. Cost definitely remains a major deterrent to the uptake of tube surgeries in the developing world. Around 15 years back, when we wanted to have 4 or 5 bowel glaucoma implants, to do some in vitro studies to compare the the capsular growth over the episteral plate and compare it with the RD, we had to pay 50,000 Indian rupees to purchase a single bowel glaucoma implant. And it was not even available in our part of the world. Our dear friend Alan Robin had to carry it all the way with him. And most of you will also know that an Ahmed glaucoma valve, just to purchase an Ahmed glaucoma valve, the hospital has to pay about 23,000 Indian rupees, and we need to be aware that the per capita monthly income of India stands at 11,000 Indian rupees. So this is Paul Palmer, Professor of Ophthalmology at the Bascom Palmer Eye Institute in Miami. Unfortunately, despite his best efforts, he could not convince many of the companies that manufactured the bowel glaucoma implant to make it available to parts of the world who could not afford to pay about $650 for a bowel glaucoma implant. Actually, Professor Alan Robin from Baltimore connected Professor Palmer to Oro Lab, which is the manufacturing wing of the Aravind Eye Care System, and there began the story where the good work done by Oro Lab, which ultimately led to culmination and availability of this affordable aqueous drainage implant. In fact, we were also told at that time that Professor George Bowell, who was magnanimous enough to let Oro Lab allowed Oro Lab to use this bowel glaucoma design, and in fact, he was delighted that this design which he had bequeathed to the glaucoma community will now be available to a larger community. So the Oro Lab aqueous drainage implant was manufactured to resemble the state-of-art 350 square millimeter bowel glaucoma implant. It's a non-valved implant. Getting the design was very easy for Oro Lab through reverse engineering, but the difficult part was how Oro Lab had to innovate to cut down on the manufacturing cost, so that ultimately the costs come down, and they had to, because the liquid silicone rubber molding which companies use for the bowel glaucoma implant would have involved a lot of overhead costs in terms of machineries. What Oro Lab did was they innovated to find out a simple compression molding process. The difficult part, which took many years, I am cutting a very long story very short. The challenge was to identify compression moldable medical grade silicone, and this took many years. Professor Palmer had made multiple visits to Madurai, to overlook this development process and also be involved with the actual hands-on surgical training of the staff. And we were delighted to have him in 2011 in the tumble month of RD when the Orolab aqueous drainage implant was launched. In fact, Professor Palmberg presents this aqueous drainage implant as the RD, and RD is supposed to be a very auspicious month in the calendar, in the Tamil calendar, where good things are available at a discounted price. So the prologue for this story of this Orolab, of this affordable aqueous drainage implant is all about its affordability, how it can be made affordable, but the epilogue it's all about the efficacy. This was in fact this publication from Professor Sushmita Kaushik from the Advanced Eye Center at PGI Chandigarh was in fact the first ever publication on RD, where she effectively showed that RD is a viable low-cost GDD with effectiveness and safety profile comparable with published reports of the BGI and Ahmed glaucoma valve implant in children. This is another major publication again from Professor Surinder Singh Pandav of PGI. Again comparing Orolab aqueous drainage implant with the Ahmed glaucoma valve. He reported that the authors reported that both RD and AGV implant had comparable mean intraocular pressure at 3 years with lesser requirement of IOP lowering medications in the RD group. In fact, these two publications at that time added a lot of credence to this aqueous drainage implant because this was coming out from a reputed institute other than the parent institute. We have also extensively published on various aspects of RD surgery. In fact, we have shown that the outcomes in adult refractory and pediatric refractory glaucoma are very similar to what has been published earlier with the Molteno, Bavelt or the Ahmed glaucoma valve. One of the along the way there have been some changes in practice patterns as far as surgery was involved, and I think the most important thing, the change that happened was we started implanting the tube through a 4 millimeter 23 gauge needle generated scleral tract without using donor patch graft to cover the anterior part of the tube. So some accurate measurements are done to make sure that this tube is embedded deep in the patient's own sclera and also to ensure that an adequate length of the tube is visualized in the anterior chamber. The healing has to be seen to be believed. There is such a smooth transition at the limbus from the conjunctiva to the cornea. Also, the elevation at the conjunctiva is much less, all of which contributes to lesser inflammation and better wound healing. Some accurate measurements are also done with the needle and also mental calculations of the anterior chamber to ensure that the tube is as far away from the endothelium as possible. Coming to some of the advantages of this Bavelt design over the Ahmed glaucoma valve, we have definitely seen a decrease. These were some of the T-nonces, the blood encapsulation which we have seen with the Ahmed glaucoma valve. Definitely the incidence of both these have been much less with larger surface area, low profile Bavelt-like episcleral plate, where the blebs are much more diffuse, much more thinner and have a larger surface area. So this was before the tube ligature dissolved. You can see the ridge, and this is the bleb that formed after the tube ligature spontaneously dissolved. We also have published on the same. We found that, to our surprise, we found about 30% of patients with the Orolab aqueous drainage implant developed a hypertensive phase, but it was much milder, and almost all of them resolved with topical medications. So another advantage we found that if we need to implant a second tube, or if you want to implant a tube in a quadrant apart from the supratemporal quadrant, probably this implant is safer for supranasal and infranasal implantation because the anteroposterior diameter of the episcleral plate of the Ahmed glaucoma valve is much longer than the episcleral plate of the Bavelt glaucoma implant and is highly unlikely to impinge on the safe zone around the optic nerve head. Again, for some of these post buckles, this low profile, flexible, and an implant which is episcleral plate which is contoured to the shape of the globe, we found it very, very convenient to slip it either behind the band or to suture it. The low profile made it very
very easy to suture it onto the bands. So I think we have come a long way as far as surgical technique is concerned. This was an armored glaucoma valve done 20 years back, a Tenon Cis. The tube is almost embedded in the cornea, but still this young patient is still maintaining useful vision. And nowadays, this is the main, what we really need to know is that the most important part of glaucoma drainage surgery is probably positioning the tube in the anterior chamber, and we need to ensure that the tube is as far away from the endothelium and as close to the iris as possible. This is something which is very, very recent. Orolab is on the verge of marketing the 3.0 Supramid stent, which can be used for intraluminal stenting during surgery, and I think this has a huge potential to reduce the incidence of post-operative hypotony, because everybody is scared about the sudden decompression of the eyeball that occurs when the tube ligature which spontaneously dissolves, and I am very optimistic that this intraluminal Supramid tube stenting will give us much more control about the post-operative intraocular pressure control. Along the way, we have had multiple awards in various film festivals. Your professor was kind enough to give us the Glaucoma Society of India 2013 Best Video Award. I also had the privilege to work with an animation, with a person whose hobby was animation. He was so passionate about this work that his attention to detail sometimes I thought was much more than the attention I paid on the operating room. I still am at a loss to understand why these two professors, one from Baltimore and one from Miami, was so passionate of trying to find out a way to address the cost barrier of aqueous drainage implant in the resource poor communities. But I get the feeling it's just that the feeling that these professors have indirectly touched the lives of so many patients, so many families, especially children in the most remote areas in the developing world. And I feel the 16th Founders Day of Advanced Eye Center at PGI Chandigarh is a wonderful opportunity for me, and I'm sure Professor Pandav and Professor Sushmita and the whole of the glaucoma faculty at Chandigarh will join me in paying a tribute to Professor George Bowell. Take a bow, Professor George Bowell. The glaucoma community is truly forever and deeply indebted to you. Thank you very much. And I'm extremely thankful for this opportunity to participate in the CME.
Thank you very much, Dr. George, for this excellent talk on low-cost drainage device. May I request Dr. Pandav to give us...
I think, George, that was a wonderful lecture, and I think thank you, taking us through the development of the valve, because we know we have been using RD for a long time now, and we are so satisfied with the results that many of our patients actually who were getting AGB initially, now we are moving on to the RD implant, and the advantage is not only the cost, but otherwise also it's a good implant, and we get very good IOP control in most of our patients. But we didn't know the story, how it is developed over a period of time. That was wonderful to know the different steps. You made it very simple, but I know there must be a lot of difficulties along the way. And initially when you are, from a concept in your head to the concept on the paper, and then ultimately seeing a product being developed and delivered to public, that's a very long journey. And congratulations to you and to your team, actually, who did it very, very successfully. And as you said, you have already touched lives of a lot of people, thousands of people already, and this is going to continue. So that's a wonderful experience, and I'm sure you must be feeling very proud and very satisfied over this work. And we do feel that a lot of our patients get benefited through your effort and the pains that Arvind, eye care and Arvind manufacturing is taking in delivering their products. So congratulations to you once again, and thank you very much for this wonderful lecture. Thank you. Over to you, Usha.
Thank you very much, Pandav sir, for the
Thank you,
invitation.
Dr. George. It's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Aparna Ramasubramanian. And she's one of our alumnus and one of the brightest that we have had. And just to tell a few words on her, I still remember the day when, the last day of her residency, when she came to my room to discuss many issues, many things. And one of them was her passion for retinoblastoma, and she wanted to do retinoblastoma. And that's when she applied to Carol Shields to go for observership. And from there, her career just flew. And she took a flight. And just coming to her affiliation, she's affiliated to the Phoenix Children's Hospital, Arizona, USA. And as I've already said, she has done a post-graduation from PGI here. She has a lot of major awards and honors. She has been a program developer for the Cure Retinoblastoma campaign run by Children's Eye Foundation. She has a dual fellowship, trained pediatric ophthalmology and ocular oncology at Wills Eye Hospital, Philadelphia. She's the author of a leading textbook on retinoblastoma. And she has the prestigious American Academy of Ophthalmology Achievement Award in 2018. And she's also got this Knights Templar Research Award for her research on retinoblastoma. Among the honors and awards, there are many to list, but I would just read out a few of them. She's got the Dr. Prem Chandra Best Paper Award for a paper in her, I think this was her thesis topic, probably. That is on retinal nerve fiber layer thickness in normal ocular hypertensive and glaucomatous Indian eyes. And she's got the Best Case Presentation Award at the Atlantic Coast Retina meeting at New York. And she's also got this McDonnell Best Paper Award for chemo reduction for Group E retinoblastoma eyes. And she's also got this Von Mayer Research Award at the Children's Hospital in Boston, Harvard Medical School. We welcome you, Dr. Aparna, and we look forward to hearing your journey of retinoblastoma.
Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Singh, thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I was a second-year resident when the Advanced Eye Center was inaugurated, and it is truly an honor and a privilege to come back and give this talk. PGI is the place where I learned everything about ophthalmology. It's where I developed the passion for retinoblastoma. And I would like to just share a few things with you about retinoblastoma. The treatment of retinoblastoma has come a very, very long way in the last 10, 15 years even. And I could talk for days and days about retinoblastoma, but I'm going to try to confine my talk today about the salient few things that have radically changed the management of retinoblastoma. So here's my talk, retinoblastoma, the journey so far and the road ahead. I do not have any financial disclosures. Before I go into the actual talk, I kind of would like to show you this picture. And I think a picture speaks 1,000 words. So in this picture, you see it's clearly retinoblastoma is a familial disease. So you see the mother that was treated with retinoblastoma. You can see by her facial deformity that she was treated with external beam radiation. One of her eyes was enucleated, and now she's at risk of second cancers and all the complications of external beam radiation, poor vision due to advanced tumors, etc., etc. And the child who was treated later on, of course, has had no radiation, has maintained both eyes and reasonably good vision. So it kind of shows how things have changed in the last 50 years for retinoblastoma. So let's talk about one topic at a time. So first, let's see what is the role of OCT. We all agree that if there is one thing that revolutionized ophthalmology in the last 100 years, it's OCT, and retinoblastoma is no exception. Especially with the advent of handheld OCTs that we can use under anesthesia, it has really changed. And let me show you, with the help of an example of a child. This is a 2-day-old male child that was born full term. Father had a history of unilateral retinoblastoma and was treated with enucleation. And he did have germline retinoblastoma. The child was screened at 2 days and it was normal. We did pursue genetic testing at that visit, and the genetic testing came back positive, the child carrying the same mutation as the father. And again, at 4 weeks, the fundus exam did not show any tumors, but that's when we did the OCT. And I'm hoping you guys can see my pointer, where in the right eye, you see a very small tumor right next to the foveal center. The left one is still slightly bigger, causing some retinal elevation, but again, a very, very small tumor, which fundoscopically, the left eye, I could see a trace tumor because there was this retinal elevation, but in the right eye, I could not clinically see the tumor because even on the OCT, there is no elevation. So this is what Dr. Brenda Galley from Canada calls it. She calls it the occult retinoblastoma that can be picked up by OCT. So again, we're picking up very, very early tumors before the very foveal center is distorted. This child was, of course, treated with systemic chemotherapy. Again, when it's such a small grade of tumor, we can get away with treating with small cycles of systemic chemo. So this kid was treated with just 3 cycles of systemic chemo and did really well, and the foveal center is still spared. So that is the advantage of picking up very early tumors. The other advantage of OCT, at least in my mind, is to pick up these subtle vitreous seedings. You see, this is an elevated tumor, but this vitreous seeding was not seen clinically. But you can see it on the OCT. And these are the ones that you've got to be careful with, because if these tumors you do laser quite a bit, then you actually cause more vitreous seeding outside. So for small tumors that you're thinking of lasering, I like to do an OCT first, just to make sure that there is no superficial vitreous seeding. And if it's not there, then you can very safely do a laser. And of course, OCT is also useful to pick up subtle foveal recurrences and subtle tumor recurrences that are otherwise missed clinically. Let's go on to the next one, familial retinoblastomas. What are the steps for early diagnosis? Again, I find it useful with case examples. So this is a 22-year-old female, personal history of bilateral retinoblastoma. Her right eye was enucleated. She had macular spared in the left eye, but she had peripheral tumors, and now she's 30 weeks pregnant. So fortunately, she didn't come to us with a newborn baby. She came to us when she was 30 weeks pregnant. So then we start doing fetal ultrasounds. And most places where obstetrics and gynecology is well developed, if you speak to the ultrasonographer and kind of work with them, they can do high resolution, beautiful ultrasounds dedicated to the eye. It's not a special equipment. It's the same obstetric ultrasound that obstetricians use all the time. They just have to focus on the eye. And on this child at 30 weeks, there was nothing. Sorry, this lady at 30 weeks, there was nothing. But the fetus at 32 weeks developed a small right eye tumor that you can see on the ultrasound. And again, this is a fetal ultrasound. And at 34 weeks, we saw a tiny tumor in the left eye. Because these tumors were small, we just continued to monitor them. And then we did a fetal MRI to make sure there's no pinealoblastoma, and there was no pinealoblastoma. In the right eye at 36 weeks, you can clearly see that the tumor has grown. So at 37 weeks, after discussion with the obstetrician and gynecologist, we delivered the child 3 weeks premature, so it's not very significant. Lung is mature by then. And then this is what the right eye tumor was, and this is how the left eye tumor was. You can see, the left eye tumor is really small, and again, it's the fetal ultrasound people. They do such a nice job. It even picked up this tiny tumor in the left eye. So again, this child was treated with just 3 cycles of systemic chemo and has done very, very well. So again, early detection is the key, and this left eye was macular spared. So that's an added advantage. Next, again, I think I'm focusing on familial retinoblastoma today. So familial retinoblastoma, what can we do to prevent disease? Again, another case example. This is a child that I treated. It was a third generation with retinoblastoma. Mother had bilateral retinoblastoma. She was treated with external beam radiation. She had a history of osteosarcoma in the field of radiation and was treated and is doing well. Grandmother also had bilateral retinoblastoma, had external beam radiation in both eyes, and thus had two second cancers, a nasopharyngeal carcinoma and a thyroid carcinoma. And she's alive and doing well. The first child presented with massive group D retinoblastoma in both eyes, macula involved. And then, fortunately, the tumors have been stable. We didn't have to do external radiation for the child. But you can see the macula is involved in both eyes, and this child has poor vision. So now the family wants to have their second child. So what do we tell them? Take the odds, it's a 50-50% chance. Do they take that risk? Do they roll the dice like that? Fortunately, not. We have the advantage of doing pre-implantation genetic testing. So we find out the genetic mutation, we create a probe, and then we test the sperm and ova that does not have the mutation. We do IVF, and actually this IVF, the embryos after fusion can be stored for up to a year. And when the family is ready, you implant the embryo, you know for sure that the child is not developing retinoblastoma. So this family is actually, the mom's actually pregnant right now. I don't know the outcome, I would still check the eyes, but we know for sure that the child will not develop retinoblastoma. So the next question is, what if the RB, we're going to focus a little bit on how things have changed for RB genetics. What if the RB gene mutation is not found in unilateral retinoblastoma? What do we do next? So as you all know, we'll look at a case. So it's a 4-month-old child with unilateral, no family history, presenting with a massive retinoblastoma, group E retinoblastoma with a large tumor and a total retinal detachment. Because of the extensive tumor, the child was enucleated. It was the right eye that was enucleated, and as you all know, the prosthetic people do a really nice job, and this child has a very good-looking prosthetic. But the genetic testing actually showed an NYCN amplification and did not show any pathogenic RB1 mutation. So this is an NYCN amplification tumor that is seen in 2% of sporadic unilateral retinoblastoma. The characteristic features of these tumors are that usually the child presents at a younger age, like our child was 4 months old. These tumors are large tumors, they are very invasive, and they're usually not hereditary. And oftentimes these kids end up with enucleation. Next, let's briefly talk about safety and efficacy of intravitreal chemotherapy. Intravitreal chemotherapy really revolutionized treatment of retinoblastoma. So it was always thought that it is a taboo, never inject a needle. And this was proven even pathologically that tumor seeding occurs in the track of the tumor. But thanks to the excellent work of Dr. Francis Monier from Switzerland, he showed a technique of intravitreal injection with cryotherapy. He showed a globe retention rate of 87%, which was unheard of before when patients have vitreous seeding. The only complication he saw in his original paper was salt and pepper retinopathy in 43% of cases, but in my experience, it's higher than that. So basically, we do an UBN, we make sure that there is no involvement in the site that you choose. I do a little paracentesis, I make sure there's no tumor cells in it, and then I go ahead, inject chemotherapy. The biggest drawback of melphalan is that it has a half-life of half an hour, so you kind of have to mix it immediately and inject it immediately. And before you release your needle, you apply cryotherapy. So if any cells are trying to come out of the needle track, you're freezing them immediately. So these are some examples. Again, you see this tumor seeding with a very nice response afterwards. And this is the salt and pepper retinopathy that was originally described. Next, let's briefly talk about intraarterial chemotherapy. Again, intraarterial chemotherapy, you go up the femoral artery, you go up to the ophthalmic artery and give chemotherapy, just a hot dosage to the eye. A very large tumor seen here on ultrasound, it's kind of filling almost the entire eye, and after intraarterial chemotherapy showing a very nice response. Another child, large tumor, regressed nicely, and the macula is spared. So Abramson and Gobin and their team in New York showed 82% success rate for primary treatment, 58% for secondary treatment, but they showed 2 patients with metastatic disease. They're successfully treated, but what I would advise is use IEC carefully. It's not for everybody. You have to choose your patients carefully. If you choose the patients carefully, then the outcome is good. The Shields group, they're more careful with their intraarterial chemotherapy, and they have shown very good results. Their original study showed 1/4 patient with ophthalmic artery stenosis, but fortunately now the technique has been modified that we don't enter the ophthalmic artery, we just stay at the junction, so there is no endothelial loss, and the ophthalmic artery stenosis incidence has come down significantly. The advantage is that there's minimal side effects, there's usually no hospitalization, and it's a very hot dose to the eye. The disadvantage is that sometimes there can be a vascular anomaly. It is a neuroinvasive procedure, so there can be a stroke, and there is that risk of ophthalmic artery stenosis. I fortunately have not seen a stroke, but I have seen a medial artery infarction from an intraarterial chemotherapy, and this child developed an adduction levitation. And this is a patient treated elsewhere that had this ophthalmic artery stenosis. We are very fortunate to work with a very experienced interventional radiologist. So knock on wood, 1,000,000 times we have not seen ophthalmic artery stenosis. So let's briefly talk about what's coming in the next 5 to 10 years and what can we look out for. One of the interesting things that we are doing is, and Phoenix Children's as part of this phase 1 clinical trial, is we have an episcleral device that slowly releases topotecan over 6 weeks. We have so far treated 6 kids with very good response. I'll just share with you one picture. It's especially suited for subretinal seeding. See, this child has multiple subretinal seedings after 6 weeks of episcleral topotecan, showing a very nice result. More to come about this, but this is very preliminary results. The other thing is modifying the melphalan for intravitreal injections. My Knights Templar research was on creating a nanoparticle melphalan. We have created the particle, but we are still to do animal studies and human studies. Hopefully, it will minimize the number of injections that these kids have to get. But sometimes you have to give them up to 12 injections, and unfortunately, each one of them entails an exam under anesthesia. So hopefully, nanoparticle will help. The next one is liquid biopsy. Again, very groundbreaking work done by Jesse Berry at Children's Hospital LA, where they have been able to sequence the tumor DNA just from aqueous, and you can biopsy the aqueous safely in retinoblastoma. So this is groundbreaking, and it leads on to the next step, which is immunotherapy. If we are able to get tumor cells from the aqueous, we can hopefully develop personalized treatment, personalized cancer care, which is where rest of oncology is heading, where we develop immunotherapy based on the tumor of the patient. Very, very early times, but hopefully in future we won't be injecting toxic chemotherapy to these kids, and would give something more subtle and suited for the child. So exciting times ahead for our retinoblastoma kids. But I would always also want you to remind you that always remember the child, not the tumor. So if you have a child with bilateral retinoblastoma, there are more options. This is a child with no light perception, and he has an AI device that can help him read. So you see, he has the device that's clipped onto his glasses that helps him read. And he's extremely proud to kind of show off his device every time he comes to see us. And again, if everybody can do their part in spreading awareness about leukocoria, we can hopefully pick up these kids. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for this invitation. And I look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna. You've covered up extensively from genetic testing to liquid biopsy and immunotherapy. And it was very enlightening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Aparna, we have dispatched the plaque, the Founders Day plaque to you, but it should be on the way and you'll be receiving it very shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Panna. I remember those days. I mean, when you were the JR and we had probably combined just. And we had just one publication with Dr. Jagatram. I mean, that was the lens coloboma which we published, and that beautiful picture. I mean, I still have that that impression in my mind. So that picture obviously was taken by Dr. Jagatram. I mean, it was too good a picture. I mean, it's one of those. I mean, it's one of those rare things. I mean, so nice listening to you, and hopefully meet in APOS probably next year or in time to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we'll move on to our next speaker, and obviously he's a name in neuro-ophthalmology, and no other than Dr. Rashmin Gandhi. He's the managing director of Foresight Worldwide, and also the director for the Center of Sight Hyderabad in neuro-ophthalmology. He's also the vice president of the Indian Neuro-Ophthalmologic Society, and he's quite famous for his teaching programs in India and in some of the other countries, and we have one, you can say, a very important program by the name of iFocus, and which he actively participates in, and he's the director of the national teaching program for that. He also conducts revision courses for FRCS examination. He's had his accolades from the Asia Pacific Ophthalmologic Society, the gold medal from the India Intraocular Implant and Refractive Surgery Society, besides others which he received from the governor of Tamil Nadu as well. His interests are in development of new technology in ophthalmology, education, and community outreach programs. And he was also an adjunct. He's an adjunct faculty at IIT Madras, so he does a good amount of collaboration. He's also a member of the International Council of Ophthalmology's Technology for Education Committee and the Education Committee of All India Ophthalmologic Society. So we can see a lot of teaching work he does for the residents. I mean, the iFocus is quite one of those important events which happen during the year. So now with that, I would invite Dr. Rashmin to please deliver his talk on the important tricks in, you can say, science to look for in neuro-ophthalmology.
Thank you, Jasprit, for that very kind introduction. I must congratulate the entire past and present stalwarts at Advanced Eye Center on 16 Foundation Day. Thank you so much, Advanced Eye Center, for your leadership and your contribution to science and society. And it's a real honor to be part of this CME as part of 16 Foundation Day. As Jasprit mentioned, I'm going to talk about signs that you want to look for or things that you will miss in neuro-ophthalmology. I hope you are able to see my screen. Let's go down to some of the cases. I'll highlight some of these signs by cases. So this is the first case, which was co-managed by me and my mentor, Dr. Navin Jayakumar. He was a patient who came in from abroad. He came with a history saying I was hit on the head repeatedly by the soldiers in that country, and after that my eyesight gradually went down. His right eye had a very poor vision, and as you see, right eye had an optic atrophy. He was given a diagnosis of right traumatic optic neuropathy because of his history, and he was told that nothing can be done for his vision in the right eye. He came for the second opinion to India. Now, the stuff that was missed out in the previous examination was one, patient said that he had a gradually progressive loss of vision. Now, that's something which is almost never seen in an acute traumatic optic neuropathy. The second important sign here was the other eye. If you see, right eye, of course, has a clear-cut optic atrophy. But if you look at the left eye carefully, you'll find that superior and inferior poles are still quite pink, while the nasal and temporal raphe have lost some of its color. So it exhibited some amount of both eye optic atrophy. And the visual field was done, which showed temporal visual field defect, which was respecting a vertical midline. So MRI was ordered and patient was actually found to have a pituitary adenoma, which was compressing, which was more towards the right eye, right optic nerve, causing right optic atrophy. So the first learning point or the sign that you should not miss or should be on the lookout for is that history in a lot of these cases is the only guiding light for you to look at what's going on with the patient. The second point, treat any visual field defect in temporal field, especially one which is suspecting a vertical midline with high index of suspicion. These are other features of chiasmic compression. We move on to a second case. This is a 45-year-old female who had an uncontrolled diabetes. She had cataract in one of the eyes and she was told that probably she can think of undergoing cataract surgery once the blood sugars are controlled. The old report, the optometrist, had mentioned that maybe there is an RAPD in the right eye. She also had some visual discomfort and it was attributed to cataract. But what she had really was myotosis in the right eye. What is not seen clearly here, unfortunately this video is not playing, was that she also had a pupil on the right side which was larger than that on the left side. So the RAPD, which optometrist mentioned, probably she confused anisocoria with RAPD, which happens a lot of times. Anisocoria is difference in the size of the pupil. It denotes the size, while the RAPD is always about the reaction. It is relative afferent pupillary defect. It's a sign of an efferent problem, while the anisocoria is a sign of an efferent problem. So what this patient actually had was a partial ptosis, mild limitation of elevation in the right eye, and anisocoria with the right pupil being larger than the left pupil. So what was missed out was partial ophthalmoplegia with anisocoria. This is potentially a dangerous problem because what patient had was a partial third palsy. The other dangerous sign that you should not miss out was aberrant regeneration of third nerve. Three things you should not miss out in third nerve palsy is anisocoria, aberrant regeneration, and other nerves. Aberrant regeneration can be seen when the patient looks down or the patient adjusts the eye, or it can be seen on a slit lamp on the pupil. Why would you like to look at these signs, anisocoria and aberrant regeneration? Because these are signs which probably tells you that patient is harboring aneurysm in the posterior circulation. 90% of all subarachnoid hemorrhage comes from the aneurysm. And 0.5% risk in aneurysm which are from the posterior circulation, that is a higher risk. Why are we worried about aneurysm? Because the death from ruptured aneurysm, 10% of these patients can die before they seek or get medical attention, and 50% can pass away within 1 month. So fatality and also high morbidity. So that's the reason why you need to make sure that in a setting of a third nerve palsy, pupil is very carefully looked at and aberrant regeneration also should be looked for. Similar story with a sixth nerve palsy. Sixth nerve palsy, an elderly gentleman who has a vascular risk factor and is isolated can be attributed to a vascular risk factor. But here is a man, a 52-year-old man who had diplopia, acute onset diplopia, had abduction in patient vascular that you are having a sixth nerve palsy. Always remember that the operating word here is isolated. So any sixth nerve palsy, we should be looking for other fellow travelers. Look for corneal sensation, look for sensation around the eye. Make sure that you look at the seventh nerve function carefully, look at the other carefully, hearing, cerebellar function, fundus, optic nerve function. These are the nerves that needs to be looked at carefully. This gentleman who had an uncontrolled diabetes also had reduced corneal sensation in the right eye, which was the eye which was having a abduction limitation. He was actually, in the initial management, he was not prescribed any MRI because he was told that this is because of diabetes and it go away. Because corneal sensation also had gone down, patient was requested to have MRI which showed a cavernous sinus lesion. So please make sure that acute nerve pulses can be observed only once you are sure that if it's isolated. Even isolated sixth nerve palsy in patients who are below 45 years of age, they should be given MRI scan. We published a study 7 years ago in IGO called SNAP study, and we found that patients younger than 45 can be harboring brain tumor even though they can have only isolated sixth nerve palsy. So any patient younger than 45 should be given MRI. There are a lot of practitioners nowadays who actually end up prescribing neuroimaging for all the patients with 6-nerve palsy. We don't follow that regime as yet here. Another patient, a 42-year-old man with acute loss of vision, he progressed from 6/9 vision to no peer within a matter of 2 days. And he had this very angry looking florid disc. You can see there are a lot of disc hemorrhages on the disc surface. If you look at carefully, below the macula there is a one broad spot. Patient was given MRI scan and patient turned out to be having infiltrative optic neuropathy. Now, infiltrative optic neuropathy also can be because of a lot of sinister problems like leukemia or even infection like cryptococcus. This patient turned out to have a cryptococcal optic neuritis. So, not all disc edema are optic neuritis, a mistake that a lot of us make in the initial management. Another scenario of a disc edema, 28-year-old female who is slightly overweight, presented with a gradually progressive loss of vision with a visual acuity of 624 with bilateral disc edema. So patient has papillary edema. Remember, papillary edema, which has not been investigated so far, is an emergency. Why it's an emergency is because papillary edema can be a sign of raised intracranial pressure because of brain tumor, and if that's the case, then that tumor has to be managed immediately because otherwise patient can have brainstem herniation. The other important point not to forget in the management of papillary edema is to look for venous sinus thrombosis in MRI if MRI is normal and if there is no cause which is attributable to raised IC. Another patient, a 10-year-old female who had been having progressive impairment of vision for the last 4 months. Her optic discs look like this. There is a blurring of disc margin with a little bit of RMF edema. Patient went to neurologist because she was also having some amount of headache, and she was told that she has raised intracranial pressure, and she was given diagnose. A cursory ophthalmic examination at that time was reported was thought to be raised ICP. However, since patient did not have an improvement for 4 months, she came for a second opinion and what found on CT was lots of plenty of vitreousness in both the eyes, and the cause of her visual acuity loss was not really disc edema but because of CME. Patient was found to have bilateral vascularitis, and she was advised investigation to find out as to why she developed bilateral vascularitis. She was lost to follow. So optic nerve function test in all patients with disc edema. Not all disc edema, papillary edema, so all be on the lookout for other inflammatory or infiltrative causes, and papillary edema is an emergency and should be investigated immediately. We move to another patient, a 48-year-old male who came to OPD saying that a presbyopia glasses that he got 2 days ago is not really working well, and he continues to have difficulty in reading. Patient was given a new refraction and found to have a very similar kind of refractiveness for near vision. He was reading N6, but he was continuously saying that he is not very comfortable reading. An alert ophthalmologist who was managing this case prescribed amsclachari for the patient, and the patient actually was found to have a very small homonymous hemiscotoma, which was responsible for his vision problem. He was given MRI scan and was found to have acute stroke. Homonymous hemiscotoma picked up by Amsler, as I mentioned in this case. Another patient, a 70-year-old male who was posted for ptosis correction, but as you see there is a bilateral advanced ptosis. Patient also had positive fatigability test. He was told that this problem is because of the paneurotic ptosis, but patient had positive fatigability test. He had a little lid hopping that can be seen in patients with ocular myasthenia gravis. Now this can be dangerous because an example as to why you need to be careful. This was a patient who had a right eye ptosis. The picture on the top is pre-op picture, and he was told that maybe something fishy going on and wait, but he went to some other practitioner and underwent ptosis correction, and the picture on the bottom is post-op picture. He continues to have ptosis because the patient had some amount of muscle problem, and now he has a little lag on down gaze. So always remember, ocular myasthenia is a great miracle. Any patient with a acquired ptosis, that should always be one of the differentials, and you should make sure that you're not dealing with something which can progress later, and you and patient can have heartburn if you operate on these patients. One more important sign that sometimes you miss out, 24-year-old man who had a fall 5 days ago, and he presented with an acute onset pain and headache. He also lost classes because of fall, and he came to ophthalmologist to see whether all this pain and headache was because he stopped wearing his glasses. However, what he had was anisocoria. If you see clearly here, right pupil is smaller than the left pupil. This anisocoria was worse in the dim light environment, signifying that the patient had a sympathetic system problem of the right side, right acute Horner syndrome, which can develop after a significant trauma in a young patient, not so significant trauma in old patients. And why it is important to know, acute Horner syndrome with pain is always an emergency. It can be, and has happened in this patient, can be because of dissection of larger vessels, which can happen, as I said, because of trauma which he sustains in the neck. So with this, I would end this talk. I again thank the organizers for inviting me in this program, and I'm really, really grateful. And it has been wonderful talking to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rashmin. I mean, those are very interesting cases which really stress the importance of a good neuro-ophthalmic examination, how one can just go about narrowing your diagnosis and basically tailoring your approach to what investigations you want and ultimately clinching the diagnosis. So, I mean, it was because you can have so many varied causes of maybe just like a pale disc, as you were showing in one of the earlier photographs, and how it came out to a pituitary adenoma. So all these things are very important. The pupil examination, as you said, the anisocorias, the color visions, all these just add up to where you can just narrow down your diagnosis and ultimately order what you want, because otherwise in neuro-ophthalmology you can just keep on ordering whatever you want. So it's something, I mean, those cases what you showed really helped us, showed us how important it is for each and every part of the eye to be examined, and one can do clinically, no need for any just investigation going on at that time. So no doubt, I mean, those are very nice cases, and thank you for summarizing it so nicely. And with this, I like to, with the Advanced Eye Center, would like to honor you with the guest lectures appreciation certificate, which probably is on its way.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With this, I think we come to the end of the session.
Thank you, everyone. We have come to the end of the session. We have had five great talks, and I'm sure there are a lot of takeaway points and a lot of learning for the residents. So I would request now everyone to join us for lunch. And for the residents, yes, we need to have some expert comment.
Professor Pandav and all my faculty colleagues as well as residents and staff here. For me, it's a homecoming, and especially on a day which has been so auspicious for us, the Founders' Day, which we kind of take it as, I know Professor Gupta would have been physically here, but it was nice that he could be there virtually in the morning. And since this center came up, the way the whole thing is shaping and today's program, the way it has been done, and especially going all the way to US and getting a speaker from Johns Hopkins as well as the other ones, and especially I would mention Aparna. I think everybody was so fond of her. She was so hardworking, and as well as such a, I remember still, I think the last I met her was in Bangalore. I think it was the same time when Anand was here. And I had gone for inauguration of Anand's clinic, and how passionate she was. And she did mention that day also about retinoblastoma, and she used to talk to Usha that she's going, she was about to leave. So it's wonderful to be part of the celebration. And I wish we have the extension of Advanced Eye Center. And so we'll looking forward to that, which is really required. And absolutely thanks Professor Pandav and all the faculty, resident staff, And I also congratulate all the awardees as we have done right from beginning, which has been the tradition. I think that encourages them to work more and more as far as our center is concerned. So thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
So dear residents, we have a cultural program and I want each and every one of you to be here at 6:15. And it is by you, and so please join us for enjoying having a get together. Okay.